The main goal of this project is to advance coordination across regional specialized meteorological centers and other forecast centers to identify best practice guidance for probabilistic tropical cyclone forecast. Presentations on the progress of this project will be made and are scheduled during this workshop. And so the current implementation plan of WWRP is coming to an end in 2023. WWRP members are now working towards a new plan for 2024-27, aligning with the WMO strategy for the same period. Advancing weather research to reduce risks to societies will be the overarching theme of the new plan, and obviously, tropical cyclone research will remain one of the key research areas under this program. Allow me to conclude now with reiterated thanks to Professor Dwikorita Karnawati and the local organizing committee led by our friend Fakri here, the co-chairs, topic leads, and all contributors to make this important workshop not only possible, but organized in an outstanding manner. See how comfortable we are to work throughout the week here, thanks to the generous provisions made by BMKG. And so this was an exercise of coordination in the last month, if not more, on the practical arrangements, on the content of the workshop. So thank you all again for this huge coordination effort. This is a kind of success story in implementing WMO business. So I wish all of us, all of you, fruitful discussions, significant outcomes in terms of recommendation for future developments in scientific and operational tropical cyclone business. Thank you again. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Cyril. I'd like to start also by thanking BMKG for hosting us for this workshop. Also thank Fakri and the local organizing committee for organizing this. As Cyril said, it's a wonderful facility, and we're looking forward to a lot of great discussion here. I'd also like to thank my co-chair, Joe. He's done an amazing job, and I know I couldn't have done this, or we couldn't have done this without your great efforts. Also, the topic leads and the rapporteurs and the working group members. There's a lot of work that went into this and the preparation of some really excellent reports. So I encourage everyone who hasn't done so yet to look online and to see those reports. Also like to thank everyone here in the audience that came in person to attend, as well as those that are participating virtually. We really are looking forward to a lot of terrific discussion, I think, over the course of this week. So just real briefly, if you think about the theme, Cyril talked about it, and you've seen it already a million times, improved TC science and services for better decision-making. So now, IWTC, one of the really unique aspects of IWTC over the past, this is the 10th one that we've done, is the fact that we bring researchers and forecasters together to talk about best practices, latest research advances, and so forth to make better forecasts. But I think that theme really captures the essence of what we're trying to accomplish this week, in that it's wonderful to talk about the research advances that we've done, the new observing platforms, the great, the forecast challenges that have been overcome, and so forth. But to really maximize the benefit of those advances on society, we need to consider not just the research advances and the forecast challenges that were overcome, but also how those are transmitted downstream through a sort of value cycle, right? So it's not just creating the forecast, it's converting that into, through social science, into better hazard warnings, impact warnings, and then ultimately communicating those effectively to produce better decision making. And so that's really, I think, the core of what we want to talk about this week. So I encourage everyone this week, over the course of the week, when you listen to these presentations and the breakout sessions, and as we formulate recommendations, think about how, whatever research you're working on, whatever forecast challenge you've overcome, how those advances can really be transmitted downstream through that value cycle to ultimately produce better decision-making to help society. So I just encourage all of you to do that. And again, I want to thank you all, and I'm looking forward to a terrific week. And I'm going to pass it to Joe next.
Thanks, Rob. And I'm just going for a little walk over here. Those of you who don't know me, I'm an operational forecaster, Joe Courtney from the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia. I'd like to acknowledge that the Balinese people on whose lands we're meeting this week, and also acknowledge BMKG, Professor Kanawati and Fakri Rajab and the local organising committee, the fantastic job they're doing. I've got a challenge for everyone here, a few challenges for the week, and I'm going to start with the forecasters, my fellow forecasters here. For those occasions it might be 2 a.m. in the morning and you're struggling looking at an infrared satellite picture, trying to make sense of where the cyclone is, where it's going. Maybe you've had one of Julian's UK models just come in, it's showing something different from what you expect. You're doing a Dvorak analysis, you're trying to synthesize all this information, and maybe it's not working out like the previous forecasts said it would. That's a challenge all forecasters face, and you can see the collective experience in this room is what we can learn from. I've had a bit of experience, and every lost hair is maybe one forecast wasn't quite right. I'm always amazed how some of my fellow forecasters don't suffer that problem. But I just want to say we need to be prepared for those moments, and that's what we're doing this week. And we are calling on the collective wisdom in this room, online, but also going back in time. So I challenge forecasters to engage, and Rob mentioned this whole idea of bringing people together, and that's one of the core reasons why we're here. And I would just like to show you the purpose of this IWTC. We are bringing forecasters and researchers together, as Rob said. We're reflecting on what the last 4 years has done, what's the science and what our operation, how far we've come, and mapping our pathway forward. So the forecasters, you need to engage with that wisdom, and I'm just going to pay respects also to the journey that the IWTC has come from. And if we could have the presentation on the screen. We've had 9 previous IWTCs, and we are lucky enough to have 4 original participants from 1985. So I would like to acknowledge, I'll just say our elders in the room, John McBride, Gary Foley, Mike Ferrarino, and Greg Holland here, who were at the very first one in 1985 in Bangkok. Sorry to show your age, but here is the photo from that, and that workshop was the start of something really significant, and a lot of other hazards haven't followed this journey. You can't see all the, I encourage you to have a look at the names, but these are, at the time, I say we are standing on the shoulders of the legends gone past, and there's people like Bill Gray, Vern Dvorak, and we're having a tribute at tonight's dinner to Vern Dvorak, who passed away recently. But in all different cultures, backgrounds, these are the people that we are following on from. So we are standing on the shoulders of these legends, and that might be a little bit uncomfortable for us to stand on your shoulders, but maybe we can, I hope you don't mind, but we're going to try and do that through the course of this week. And it was interesting trying to find these people, and I should just point out, I had trouble trying to find John, because he, like a lot of us back then, we had a bit more hair, although Greg's carrying it a little bit further down the neck these days. Right, so huge thanks, and in that succession from the first one, every 4 years we've had these Cyclone Olympics as we gather together to share where we've come from. So it's important to know our history, where we've come from, and to build upon that, and that's what we're trying to do by gathering here this week. And we are very excited to have not just people in the room, so previously it was who was in the room, but we have our online audience as well. So a special appreciation for people that are engaging online as well. So just a special appreciation to all those who have contributed in our previous IWTCs. Back to the theme, Rob had mentioned this. I'm just going to say, the theme is connecting us to these people, because these are the people that are affected by this natural hazard. So our core reason for turning up to work is to save lives, and protect property. And that is a focus, should be our focus. And my organisation set a task. It said, we want zero lives lost from natural hazards. And initially I thought, how on earth can that be our objective? because people do funny things during hazards. We can't stop them from driving into flooded rivers. So why should we suffer the consequences of people misadventures?
Ini tolong dicabut, Mbak. Kabelnya mau tak bawa.
But it does sharpen our resolve to focus on the decision-making of people affected. And if that's our focus, it does make us change our approach to work and how we communicate the risk. And unfortunately, as we know, the natural hazards, the impacts are not decreasing whatsoever. I just want to say the structure, here are the 6 topics, and this workshop has not started today. We started over a year ago and selecting these working groups. There are 20 working groups that many of you are a part of, and I want to pay tribute to the topic leads and rapporteurs and the working groups. And as Rob said, the reports are online, and that is a significant legacy, but it's also just the start, because this week we get to engage with that work through the presentations, but we also have an opportunity to discuss that through our breakout sessions. We're doing that physically here. Online, I would encourage people to engage by looking at the key questions from each topic so that we can massage what we've come up with these reports and these working groups to come up with a pathway forward. So this Friday we'll have that opportunity to summarise our collective wisdom to look at mapping the way forward. And those recommendations, I thought, well, you can have a lot of recommendations, and some of them are very broad, but 4 years ago, I had never heard of the Copernicus space program and synthetic aperture radar, SAR, and we had a recommendation to make this data, which was in research mode, to be available operationally. And it's been a huge eye-opener to see that data real time, high-quality data, and that was a recommendation which was acted upon. So these recommendations can be significant. I mentioned that recommendation because we have heard that from January onwards, the European Space Agency are not going to continue the Sentinel program. So I would like our collective wishes to say, please, European Space Agency, can you continue this for operations, because it is of importance. So that's just one recommendation. A challenge also for people to engage. We've got these topics in breakout rooms. There is also this important element of collegiality outside. So I'm going to encourage this open space opportunity concept, where outside to go over and talk to someone who you might be interested in, how are you doing things in your country or your research, how can you help me? So if you want to have an issue, if you have an issue you want to get some discussion about, there's a flipboard chart out in the foyer here. If you can write down what the issue is, maybe where you want to meet and when you want to meet, and whoever turns up to talk about that is your opportunity to look at a particular issue. It may be one of the topic questions, it may be something completely different. And whoever turns up are the right people. So use those opportunities over dinner to meet people and engage with each other. So just finally, just some ground rules. I reckon it's a very important, keep mentioning engage, my number one issue. Please share, turn up to sessions, be respectful, and listen to those presenting and allowing for different opinions. We want robust discussions in a respectful manner. And I do understand that apparently I have an accent. Maybe people's understanding may be not so easy to follow, so please be patient with those, especially English not being your first language. Keep an open mind and consider how all these experiences, how does it affect your work? And I say especially operational forecasters, how can you use this to improve the services to the people you follow? And lastly, enjoy yourselves. So I will just finish with the outline of today's program. So we're following immediately here by the discussion on communicating hazards, and it's very exciting to have Brian Golding speak, but we'll talk more about that. We're having 6 different presentations from around the country or around the world on communicating best practices from a range of backgrounds. After the break, and we'll have our group photo at the break time, we're going to have the breakout sessions, and we'll talk more about that before the break. This afternoon, we will have topic 1 on remote sensing, but we'll introduce that this afternoon. So I will just leave it with the fact that if you're not aware, those of you in social media, hashtag early warning, early action, and we are live streaming on YouTube for those not familiar, not aware. So that is working on this link here. It's IWTC. No, it was ITWC. Yes. So there's a misword live stream. But I think if you search on YouTube for IWTC, you'll get there. I am going to finish there because it's a lot of talking and hand it back to. No, we'll conclude the opening ceremony at this point.
Yeah, our big appreciation to all honorable speakers and distinguished guests and participants for the opening ceremony of the 10th International Workshop on Tropical Cyclone. And
we're going to move to our next session, isn't it?
yes, Murni special focus topic, and this session will be led by Pak Robert and Pak Joe. Okay, Pak Robert and Pak Joe, time is yours.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hello. So we're going to go ahead and start with our first special focus session. So Brian Golding, are you online?
I am indeed.
Excellent.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. Oh, awesome. Yes, we can see you too. Okay,
Great.
so in keeping with what we just were talking about with respect to the theme of the workshop, improved TC science and service for better decision making, I talked about the notion of this value cycle, right? So this end-to-end kind of chain, if you will, or cycle, where observations are collected, research is done, forecasts are made, those are converted, in a sense, into hazard and impact forecasts. They're communicated, ultimately to make better decisions. So Brian is really, Professor Golding is really at the forefront of this type of work, and he actually has edited a book that was just published, I think in the past few months. He's going to talk about this, called Toward the Perfect Weather Warning, I think it's called. Anyway, so Professor Golding will talk about it. Anyway, so Professor Golding is a fellow in weather impacts with the UK Met Office. He also is co-chair of the High Impact Weather Program as part of the WMO World Weather Research Program, and an honorary professor at Bristol University. And he's going to talk about the role of communication in the warning chain. So Professor Golding, if you'd like to go ahead.
You're not seeing my screen yet, are you?
You're not seeing it yet. Hopefully it'll come up soon. I'll let you know when it does. If you can probably see it too. Yeah, okay.
Good. Okay, but that's not the first one. So we'll go back to the beginning. I can. There we are. Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for inviting me to join you. I only wish I could be with you in person, but that wasn't possible. So I'm going to talk about communication in the warning chain or the warning cycle, not just the communication at the end of the cycle when we're reaching the decision maker, but the role of communication in the whole warning chain. So I'm going to start with some context, and then I will introduce the WWRP High Weather Project, which is the environment in which this work is being done. I'll talk about the warnings value chain itself, we'll have a think about who is the receiver of the communication and what their needs are, and what inhibits communication of information at any stage in the warning cycle. And then I'll share the recipe, one might call it, that we came up with at the end of the book as to how to best do the communication. So in terms of context, we start with the Sendai framework of 2015. So in 2015, there were 3 big intergovernmental agreements. The first one was in disaster risk reduction. The second one was the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, the one we all remember was the third one, which was the climate the climate change agreement. But in many ways, they all link together. And of course, we're increasingly seeing the impact of climate change on the frequency and severity of disasters. And warnings are certainly one of the key responses and adaptation possibilities. But in the Sendai framework, there was a recognition that many things are increasing the risk from natural hazards. Climate change is just one of them. Population growth leading to people needing to live in less safe areas. The increase of wealth means there is more to be damaged. Inequalities are growing. Migration is in itself an increase in risk. And particularly in urban areas, the increasing dependency of people on critical infrastructure in cities, much of which they may not even know is there until it fails. On the other side, we have growing resilience. The understanding of the hazards is increasing. The governance of emergency response, emergency protection is growing. Investment in protection facilities and preparedness through better warnings. It's this last one that I've been most involved in, and particularly Target G of the Sendai framework, which talks about increasing access to warning systems, to risk information, and to risk assessments. Then earlier this year, and we've already had this alluded to in Cyril Honoré's introduction, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, in the context of adaptation to climate change, effectively produced a big impetus to improving these warnings. He said that everybody on Earth should be protected, not just receive early warnings, but be protected by early warning systems within 5 years, with the priority on the most vulnerable. And he was very firm. Early warnings save lives. They deliver vast financial benefits. So we have this context within which we work now. And on the right here, we have the WMO visualization of the warning cycle. So we start with growing disaster knowledge, disaster management, so that people know what to do, they know what to expect, and they know what to do. Then we have all the wonderful observations, monitoring, and forecasting that has been so much a feature of international collaboration. They have to be turned into warnings. They have to be disseminated and communicated to those who are able to take the decisions that will protect people. And then finally, people need to be prepared. They need to anticipate and act to protect themselves and to protect their communities. And of course, that leads back then to disaster knowledge. So the High Weather Project, which started in 2015, so it's got 2 years left to run, deals with the acute, if you like, the fast-acting meteorological hazards. It's underpinned, the project is underpinned by 5 pillars: predictability and processes in the atmosphere, multi-scale forecasts of the hazard, vulnerability, risk and impact of the hazard, and communication of the warning, with an evaluation pillar which operates across all of them. But it's now working in these 5 cross-cutting themes. The book, which has already been mentioned and which I'll come back to at the end towards the perfect weather warning, the application of citizen science to warning systems, the analysis and improvement of the value chain as a whole from observation through to decision, a study of the gaps in our understanding of the benefits of impact-based warnings, and a program to look at how we can use the research development project, which will go alongside the Paris 2024 Olympics, to learn more about how people respond to warnings. So this is our high weather version of the warning value cycle. And you can see that we have these mountains of expertise in different disciplines across the page here. And they're connected by bridges. Without the bridges, all of the information that these expert organizations produce would be lost before it got to the next step in the chain. And we need to build these bridges as high as possible in order to preserve that information and to allow it to move down the chain and to produce the right decision at the end. That's in the operational sense, but in the sense of designing a warning system, we need to start with the decision that has to be taken with the user of the warning. And that process of design then has to move upstream. Information is needed for that decision. And that information, where does it come from? Who's going to produce it? Can it be produced? So this is a slow, iterative co-design process up the chain. Once the chain has been established and linked together, then when the hazard threatens, we can move fast and we can produce the information, the decision can be taken. But of course, it's still not entirely a one-way process, because the person who is best able to monitor the situation is often the decision maker at the end. So feeding back that information is also very important in the operational sense. So we start, as I said, with the receiver of the information. And the aim of a warning is for each person who receives it to act to reduce the expected impacts on them, consistent with our confidence in the forecast. So if we have low confidence in our forecast, then we're not expecting, and it wouldn't be a success for people to take really costly actions unless there was really no alternative. But who are the receivers of the communication? Is it the president? Is it a minister in government? Certainly, they have roles to play and they need to know about the warning. More typically, it's an emergency manager, but it might be a newsreader passing on the information, or an influencer on social media. It might be a shrimp farmer. It might be the operations manager of a power company or of a hospital. But it might be a villager living on the unstable slope of a volcano. And if our warning is going to all of these, how do we make it so that they all get the right message? They're all able to take the decision that they need to take. And talking about decisions, do all these people actually understand that there is a decision for them to take? And do they understand what their options are and what information they need? Without that understanding, how can we build a warning system that will meet that need? So what makes an effective message? And this applies anywhere in the chain. First thing is that we need to alert the receiver of the message that there is an important message that they need to read, mark, and understand. It needs to include information on the hazard, on the expected impact, on the location, on the timing, and some guidance on what appropriate responses might be. And importantly, there has to be information on the source, because how can we trust it in an environment of fake news if we don't know who's produced it? And each of these aspects of the information need to be specific. They need to be consistent with each other and with other information. They need to be as accurate as possible, as certain as possible, though I'll talk about uncertainty a bit more in a minute, and they need to be clear. We need to use multiple media if we're going to reach everyone. And one way of doing this is to feed the message into something like the Common Alerting Protocol, which will translate it for multiple media. It should be personalized as much as possible. Refer to local locations, to existing local disruptions perhaps, and to the impacts locally. It should be in the language that people understand, which will in general be their first language, and it needs to be couched in the idioms for weather risk and hazard of that language, which so often automatic translation gets wrong. It should avoid technical language, and it should relate to people's traditional knowledge. It should refer to any prior conditions that are going to affect the impact. For instance, if there's been a recent volcanic eruption, then there will be loose material which might affect the impacts of heavy rain. It should point to confirmatory observations. For instance, if there's a travelling storm, information about where it is and what its status is at the forecast time. It should contain expected impacts and recommended responses, and it should be transparent about the uncertainty. And post-event, if there's been a failure, it should be admitted, it should be explained. It's remarkable how much people will accept if we are open about why things go wrong. So in promoting a response, the starting point for a good response is that the receiver should feel that they have a relationship with the warner. Now, that may be difficult when we're talking about the general public. Nevertheless, TV personalities certainly have a relationship with their audience, and their audiences run to millions. So it is possible to create that relationship. And once you have it, then you are much more likely to get a response. And of course, the warner can only provide the required information if they understand the decisions that the individual is facing. If there is a joint process of creating the warning, of designing the warning, again, the receiver is much more likely to act. And if there's an open channel for the user to feedback on how they responded to the warning, then that can also be used as a channel for increasing that sense of ownership, of relationship. But responses also depend on not only on the information sources, they depend on social and environmental cues. What other people are doing, what the sky is doing. If there's a thunderstorm outside, then a forecast of intense rain seems much more likely. It depends on the access to the particular channels that the person looks to for information. And of course, it depends on the person themselves. Are they a cautious person? Or are they somebody who's prepared to take on the world on the basis that they're going to win anyway? And we mustn't forget that warnings are also constrained by the environment in which the warner acts, by their judgment process, by the legal framework in which they work. And talking about uncertainty, it's not just the scientific uncertainty that we have to bear in mind. There are legal, social, institutional, and political uncertainties which all bear on the nature of the warning. And of course, then we need to take account of the behavioral and psychological responses to information about uncertainty in the warning. Just a couple of quick examples of how things can be done. So this is an example from the UK about using partnership to reach users. So we have, it's winter here in the UK at the moment, and so suppose we have a spell of winter hazards anticipated in some future, perhaps a couple of weeks off. The main risks we know from this sort of weather are to travellers. So what the Met Office does, it doesn't put out its own information in this regard for people to be aware. It joins up with the National Highways Management Organisation and with a respected motoring organisation to raise the awareness. So at this stage, there's no specific event, there's no warning out, but there's an expectation that there will be one. So how do we prepare people to be ready? Well, we go out with the motoring organisation and we remind people what they need to have prepared. And because of the partnership, people are much more it reaches a wider audience, people are more likely to take action. Another example, this one comes from Argentina, and in Argentina they were designing a new warning system and they wanted to see how emergency responders used the current text-based warning system. And so they gathered them together and got them to put onto a map the information that they thought they were getting from the text-based system. And as you can see, there were real difficulties in understanding the coverage areas, the spatial variations in severity, and they came up with completely different answers. So the system was redesigned to make it easier for the emergency managers to know what was going to happen where. So you're in Bali, you're in Denpasar. Suppose there's a tropical cyclone forming south of Lombok, just to the east. We're expecting strong winds near the core, and we're expecting strong, intense rainfall in the developing spiral rain bands. What's the information that people are going to need? Well, suppose you're near the seafront in Denpasar, in fact, roughly where you're sitting at the moment. What are you interested in? Well, you're interested in strong winds coming off the sea. You're also interested in a potential storm surge that those winds might drive. Now, suppose you're a farmer in a valley just outside Ubud, up to the north of Denpasar. Am I interested in the storm surge? Certainly not. But I am interested in the intense rain in those rain bands because it might produce a mudslide and engulf my town, my house. It might cover my fields, destroy my crops. So even in this very simplified case, we've got two completely different sets of needs for people who are in different places in Bali. I took a look at 9 different disasters that happened in 2021. And as you can see, I've color-coded them. The darker the green color in this diagram, the stronger the information that was being communicated from that particular aspect of the warning chain to the next one. And you can see that by the time we get to the response, most of them are actually lacking in some important respect. The weather forecasts are mostly pretty good, although as we shall see, convective rainfall was a particular weakness in several of them. So I'll concentrate just on the top 3. The top 2 relate to Hurricane Ida in the USA, and the third one relates to Tropical Storm Seroja in Indonesia, which you're going to hear more about later in the week. So when Hurricane Ida first made landfall in Louisiana, there was a good forecast 4 days ahead, but the warning wasn't issued until 2 days ahead because the hurricane hadn't actually formed until that time. That meant there wasn't time for a full evacuation, but there was a rather successful partial evacuation. However, one thing that was missed was making proper provision for people evacuated from care homes. And there were a number of deaths as a result of this. As Hurricane Ida moved north towards New York, there was even more, a longer warning, because it had formed. It took another day, of course, to get up to New York, so they had more warning. However, the response to that warning was not to evacuate. It didn't go much further than clearing gullies to try and prevent flooding. And so there was a lack of recognition of vulnerable people, indeed there was poor communication of the warning altogether. And as a result, there were a number of deaths of people who lived in basement flats who couldn't get out when their flats were flooded. If we move to Saroja, one of the most interesting features of this was how bad how inconsistent the global models run by the leading centers around the world were. From day to day, the location of the tropical cyclone was good, but the intensity of the rain bands, the exact location of the rain bands, was different from run to run. And although there was a forecast out several days in advance that there was a tropical cyclone, a formal warning of intense downpours was not made until about 12 hours beforehand, so far as I'm aware. And I apologize if I missed some earlier warning. And since the intense rain happened overnight, so far as I've been able to find out, there was very little response. And indeed, it would be very difficult to make a response to a forecast that was still very uncertain in terms of where and what would happen. So the warning was very broad brush, as is so often the case with convective rainfall, whether in the tropics or in higher latitudes. So there's much to learn by comparing the warning chain, the elements of the warning chain across different situations. One of the key things at each communication step is to look at how the message gets lost in the communication process. So if we've got a message and we're trying to get it to some population, the first thing we lose is the people that the message doesn't get to at all. People who are asleep and who are not on some sort of standby. Perhaps people at the gym don't have their mobile phone switched on, or who are out jogging, and so on. People in the office who are at a meeting. Then there's the question of who understands the warning. Is it too technical? Is it in the wrong language? And then there's the people who don't believe the warning. It came from the wrong source. Who do I trust? Do I trust the village elder, or do I trust the influencer on the app? And then often one of the big losses of people is those who didn't know what to do, who hadn't got an available action, or who didn't know about an available action. Their prior understanding wasn't good enough. They weren't prepared. But there's also, do they know the evacuation route? Or if they're not evacuating, if they're protecting, have they already prepared shutters that they can put up? And then finally, there's those who actually took action. Was there time? Were they physically able to act? Or was there somebody around who was physically able to help them? You can see that you can end up with a very small fraction of that total population who actually take action. Now, of course, you can do much better than that, particularly if the actions to be taken are relatively easy, relatively low regrets actions. So I come to my final slide. here's the high weather recipe. To start our process, working with the users, you need to understand their risks and how the risks are perceived by the people. You need to allow for future change, perhaps from climate change or from urbanization. But fundamentally, if the hazard is not perceived as a risk by people, then warnings are not going to be effective until that perception changes. Again, working with the users, how do they perceive the problem from this hazard? Are they looking primarily at crop damage, perhaps, or at transport interruption? So we need to focus on the priority impacts, and that may mean different information being communicated. Again, working with the users, what are acceptable risk reduction actions? Is evacuation a feasible action? Have people the means to evacuate in general? And once we know what those actions are, can we identify what information they need and who needs it and when and where in order to take that action? So once we've got that information, working with the users, we can then go away and we can map a chain for delivering that information. We can identify areas of expertise, capable organizations, who the trusted sources are. We can build on existing partnerships and people who already have connectivity with these users. We can identify the limitations in accuracy, in timeliness, precision, and format, and we can explore whether they can be overcome. So we may not be able to give the users what they asked for. We may come back with something which is less than that. So we now need to go back to the users. Is this available capability? Is it useful? Is it cost effective? If it's not cost effective, can we modify the scope in some way to make it cost effective? If it's not useful, then I think we need to look at alternative options. And then we can plan in detail once we've got an agreed set of warning information and who can produce it. So we can plan the production and the delivery, who's going to do which and what. We need to monitor and evaluate, otherwise we don't know whether we're delivering a useful product, a useful warning. And we need quality control to make sure that false information doesn't get out. And we need backup. And we need an operational partnership to deliver and manage the system. Training is needed. The producers need to be trained, of course, but so do the users, because they're going to have new information coming to them. They need to be trained to use it, both before implementation and periodically. And then evaluate, continually evaluate, and use that as justification for further investment. And of course, when the warning system is working, tell people about it, because that will grow confidence and trust and build the foundations for future investment. So what I've presented comes from the book, Towards the Perfect Weather Warning. It's freely available on open access. The DOI is on the screen there. But if you've got a camera with you, then you can use the QR code and that will take you straight to the download page. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to hearing some of the rest of your conference.
Thank you, Brian, and I want to thank you also for doing this at not the ideal time for you. I think it's around 2:30 in the morning in the UK, so thanks again for staying up for us.
Yeah.
And thanks to everyone participating online, because I know it's all kinds of obviously different times around the world. So also I wanted to thank you. I think you've provided a nice kind of overview of the broader, where a lot of the discussions we're going to have this week fits into that larger value chain, if you will. So if you think about those mountains that Brian showed, really a lot of what we talk about at IWTC are kind of the first 2 or 3 mountains, the observations, the forecasts, and in the hazard forecasts. But all the other aspects further down the chain that Brian really focused on, I think, are also equally important. So unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind on time here. So at the moment, at least, there's not really time for questions. We'll see if there's time at the end of this next part of our session. And so that's where we're going to head into now. So first of all, Gina, are you online? I know we're a little bit late.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So what we're going to do now is, Brian kind of laid the foundation for the broader value chain and focusing a bit, at least on the communications aspect. So we're going to talk to different folks from around the world who are going to give some brief examples of how they apply some of these ideas in terms of effectively communicating warnings to decision makers. And so we're going to have people, again, from I think 6 different presentations. I've asked, Joe and I have asked everyone to limit their presentations to 10 minutes, so it's very important that we stick to time here. What I'm going to do is after 8 minutes, I'm going to give you kind of a warning that you have 2 minutes left to present, and then hopefully we can move around to get everyone plenty of time to talk about what they'd like to talk about. So our first speaker is Gina Esco. She's from the US, from the NOAA Weather Program Office, and she's going to talk about some of the efforts on effectively communicating hazard warnings through NOAA's efforts. So can you call, I guess, Gina, you're going to share your screen, is that right? Oh, there she is. Yeah, we see you. Can't hear you, though. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen, so hold on one second.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep, we see it. Perfect. So, yeah.
That worked great. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'll dive right in. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Like Brian, I too wish I were there in person, but thank you so much for the opportunity to share our U.S. insights with you. Pardon me, my mouse got a little bit ahead of me here. Let me see if I can go back. There we go. Yeah, we'd like to share some of our insights on increasing the value of science research to operations. Today is as much about process as it is about tangible applications. We hope that by sharing how we approach social science research to operations, it may, perhaps it's scalable up or down to other countries. With any large project, it takes an entire team, and as such, I'd like to acknowledge all of our primary contributors as identified on this slide, and it really does represent both research and operations on our team. This effort started back in 2018 when the United States Congress passed a disaster supplemental appropriations. This funding from this appropriation enabled us to address some of the tropical social science needs as outlined in our strategic plan, otherwise known as the Hurricane Forecast Improvement Plan. With a total of $1.5 million, we crafted 4 complementary projects. This is key. As you see on the slide, each of the projects have an area of overlap, a complement, if you will, as well as a difference, and this was on purpose. Instead of creating individual projects that would only offer discrete findings and recommendations, this complementary approach created an opportunity to build a collective body of research whereby the cross-cutting findings from each project would to provide findings about products and to back one just a lot of sorry for my mouse identify all of the PIs, some of and we definitely want to thank them because the findings that we're presenting today we could not have done with all of their wonderful work. So in addition to that complementary research approach, the National Weather Service created what's called the Tropical Roadmap Team, as you see outlined on this slide. One of the main goals was to create several unique opportunities to share and iterate on social science project findings, both with operational folks, so forecasters at local and national levels, but also with the policy level meteorologists as well. And the purpose of this was really to accelerate operations process. Approach to understand operational space. Not all user feedback is viable for today's science or our operations. And as such, the interdisciplinary, I'm so sorry, this keeps, oh my goodness. I'm very, very sorry. I'm not used to using Zoom, and it has completely changed my screen. My sincere apologies. I'm going to make up time because I know that I am under 10 minutes. So hang on tight here. My apologies for that. Okay, I think I've got it back. Okay, so as I was saying, not all of our feedback is viable. And as such, this interdisciplinary group has played an integral role in identifying research, development, and operational community can help us implement these user needs. Okay. To help craft these recommendations, the reports from those four projects I showed earlier to extract common themes and findings and translate them into draft recommendations, again, for research, development, and operational consideration. We then iterate the topical roadmap team, including our NOAA research partners, so we still wanted research as part of that, to translate those recommendations into near versus long-term goals. And what I will share next on the following slides is just a few of those overarching findings. So the first finding is that generally our users were quite happy with Suite. And while the rest of this presentation really is about suggested improvements, we want to emphasize that even though people are offering us constructive criticisms, that they're really very satisfied with that information. And so this is sort of an interesting point about the value chain. We know that the information we have right now is valuable, but to Brian's point earlier in the keynote, there's still more that we can address because there are a variety of so many different types of user needs. And so the rest of this presentation will be about those suggestions. So after completing our triangulation and translation efforts, these, as you see on the slide, are the high-level themes that emerged. For the sake of time, the rest of this presentation will only highlight a few of these in more detail. The first is on communicating uncertainty. These projects collectively combined, the research results that we triangulated, showed a misperception among forecasters and partners that the public does not understand uncertainty information. This misperception, then, has implications on the way that forecasters and our partners, mostly our emergency managers in this particular case, were communicating uncertainty information to these individuals. Forecasters and emergency managers often used what are called vague words and phrases with no use of numbers to communicate uncertainty. And this made it difficult for the public to interpret probability information. When vague messages were survey tested with the US public, it led to a decrease in message comprehension. This then continued to fuel the misperception that members of the public do not understand uncertainty information. Contrary to this, that's just not true. Strong numeric information increases public comprehension of forecast information, and as such, we recommend using strong messages. To do this, we suggest using what we call communication assist text, or CATs. A static CAT is simply a short message that explains the probabilities for an associated tropical product. This message would remain uniform for everyone to see. That's, of course, why it's called static in this case. We also say if you've got the ability for a more advanced website, we suggest using dynamic CATs, which are more interactive and more personalized for the user. As you can see in this hypothetical scenario on the right, a user could click on the map, and then a short message is now tailored to their location. Another possibility is they could put their geolocation in the United States called a zip code to receive the same information. While we see great value in this idea, I want to emphasize that this research was conducted on a generalizable US-based sample, and I don't yet know how these recommendations would or would not transfer yet to other populations. So another finding is that users and publics want more specific, localized, and personalized information to inform their decision-making. Brian mentioned personalizing, localizing information. And while I very much agree with Brian with the suggestions he gave, we're struggling a little bit to know what else we can do because we're still receiving a lot of feedback that we're not local enough. And so while many people use these phrases, there was not entirely consensus on how to address this need. So we've collated as many ideas as we have, as you can see on the slide, but we admit that more research is needed to understand how we can make our information even more personalized. So some of this may relate to model resolution. Maybe we need to get more spatial or deeper model resolution and get more localized literally in that space. But it could also be zoomability on a website, or maybe even literally having a forecaster embedded in an emergency operations center. We simply don't know yet.
Gina, you have about 2 minutes left.
Okay, great, thank you. Another major finding was the need for more timing information. While onset time, which is currently provided, is particularly useful for evacuation decisions, partners also conveyed a need for cessation and duration information to support reentry efforts and to understand how long a structure was under duress, so they can understand whether to close a bridge permanently or whether it's safe to drive over, for example. The last recommendation we want to share is a much longer term goal. To forecast tropical systems, we collect data and observations about our atmosphere and oceans to understand the possible impacts to people. This particular project and recommendation is for an observation system to understand people and the impacts tropical systems have on them. Just like forecasters, social scientists need data. And so this project showed that it is possible to collect survey data in near real time to understand how people's risk perceptions change during an evolving tropical event. Over time, this type of data could help provide the foundation for value cycle evaluation of tropical cycle products and services. And so we call our proposed idea a Center for Real-Time Societal Insights. This does not yet exist, it's simply an idea. Our next steps include writing a summary report and sharing our findings even further with all of you. Overall, we found that the complementary research approach we used for our 4 projects, combined with the Weather Service Tropical Roadmap team, gave us an opportunity to increase the value of social science research and work together, both research and operations, to explore operational transition opportunities. We hope that others may find value in adapting this approach for their respective country as well. I thank you again. My apologies for my mouse earlier going a little bit too fast, but we just really have enjoyed the privilege to share our information with you, and we can't wait to learn from all of you throughout the week. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Gina. That was wonderful. I do note that there are some Q&A for people, particularly online. People can type questions in. I'm not sure yet if all the participants can see the questions or if only the organizers can, but hopefully we can work it so that at least there can be communication and question answering in the chat. Unfortunately, in person at this point, we still are running a little behind. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is actually here in person, Robbie Gile. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. From the Philippines, from the Weather Service Air Pagasa, and he's going to talk about some of the efforts on their end to handle some communications of TC warnings. And again, at 8 minutes, I'll give you a warning. Okay, thanks. Sure. Okay, can we get Robbie's slides up?
All right, so morning, everyone. So thank you for the opportunity to present here our recent progress and challenges in terms of communicating forecasts and warnings in the Philippines, a well-known country in terms of tropical cyclone occurrences. So here's the outline of my presentation. So basically, we'll set the context, I'll present the progress, and we'll discuss how we'll be overcoming the existing challenges in terms of warning communication. I'm sorry. All right. So of course, as a public weather service provider, Pag-asa provides, of course, adequate, up-to-date, and timely information, and that is by taking advantage of the advances in the realm of science in order to afford protection to the people, as well as to provide enough assessments to support decision-making in relevant areas of concern, such as disaster risk reduction and management. And to accomplish that, our forecasters not only provide analysis and forecasts and warnings, but also communicate them directly to our end users. So over the past several years, especially since the last IWTC in 2018, we have made several changes to our text products because in the Philippines, although a lot of our end users are already engaging us through our web products, still a lot of people rely on text products. So We send them through fax. We still broadcast them through radio. So text products are still important to us. So over several years, we have made several changes to these products in order to highlight the hazards, especially over land areas. Especially in the older bulletins, we don't have enough details on heavy rainfall. And as we progress over the years, we provided additional details in order to make our hazard forecast time-bound and area-specific. And right now, the current format, which is now Tropical Cyclone Bulletin, also provides specific intensity forecast for tropical cyclones out to 5 days, as well as guidance in terms of heavy rainfall, severe wind, and coastal inundation forecast. We also made several changes to our graphical forecast because, as we all know, with the advent of the web, people are now more enticed to look at graphical products, so we made some improvements. Before 2016, our tropical cyclone track forecasts are generated using, I forgot the software, though it's one being used in architecture, it's AutoCAD. But with the advent of GIS, so we converted to GIS, we are also using Google Cap to disseminate our information to the web. We also started producing sub-provincial maps of hazard warnings in order to better visualize them for the appreciation of the public. Of course, as avid social media users and internet users, Filipinos really take advantage of the web, especially during times of high-impact weather. So we have made several improvements to our official website and our website wherein you can view real-time hydrometeorological data. And as you can see, we have quite a significant amount of page access and sessions, especially during times of intense tropical cyclone events. Of course, we have a wide reach in social media. For example, our Facebook page has 4.8 million page likes. Our Twitter account has 6.48 million followers. And we have a total video views of 60 million on our YouTube channel because social media is really becoming the #1 source of information for most Filipinos who have access to the web. And as you can see, Facebook really is the primary way where people access information through social media. We also use Twitter, but over the past several years, there has been a downward trend in terms of tweet impressions and profile visits, except for during the several months of 2022. In YouTube, we initially had a very high watch time in terms of hours, but since the start of the pandemic, that has dropped down. So it's really Facebook wherein we really focus in terms of broadcasting our information. So in that regard, so today is actually the 6th anniversary of our first live weather broadcast on the internet. So December 5, 2016. So we started from there, and now several years on, we made several improvements, such as using high definition videos, because people really love that, high def videos. They really want to watch those high quality videos when you do live weather broadcast. We started also using chroma key, like the weather broadcasters on television. And we also allotted dedicated video recording equipment for live weather broadcast, because in the Philippines, forecasters are also the broadcasters of weather information. And we've been deepening our engagement with our core government partners, and PAG-ASA engages with its core government partners through a mechanism called pre-disaster risk assessment. Basically, PIDRA is a meeting wherein experts discuss the hazard, the vulnerability, and the exposure of different areas of concern, and decide on what actions that several agencies will be undertaking, especially those in charge of emergency response and preparedness. So here are some screenshots of those meetings being held online as well as in person, especially lately. Aside from that, we have also partnered with other government agencies in order to make our hazard and risk assessment information much more available to the public and to key decision makers through the GeoRisk Philippines initiative. Life or death decisions, and especially for planning of our decision makers. Of course, we need to empower our media practitioners and information officials because it's still the media who broadcasts weather information most of the time in the Philippines. Especially in the provinces wherein the main source of information is radio. And with Project Maghanda, We aim to upskill the knowledge of local government units, disaster managers, broadcasters on the warning messages and advisories issued by Pag-asa and other disaster warning agencies. Well, of course, another objective of that project is to develop policy recommendation to our Interior Department. So here are some of the recent activities of this project Maghanda, wherein we collaborated with media practitioners. We even we are developing a broadcaster's manual in order to standardize the way our broadcasters send out their information. Because especially in the provinces wherein the radio anchors really have the monopoly of broadcast of information, it is crucial that we make sure that they broadcast our warnings the proper way. Of course, we made some changes to our products based on recent events. For example, the case of Super Typhoon Rai, wherein it crossed country as a 105-knot super typhoon, and it's also notable for passing very close over one of the most populated urban areas in the country. And it is one of the deadliest typhoons after Super Typhoon Haya, and one of the costliest typhoons in Philippine history. And despite having a good forecast in terms of track and related hydromet hazards, although there are still some challenges in terms of intensity forecast since this underwent a period of rapid intensification before landfall, and its passage highlighted the importance of improving our warning messages to the public and to other end users. For example, after Rai, we revised definition of our super typhoon category. Before March 2022, our threshold of super typhoon is the highest across the Western North Pacific Basin. So we classify, on a 10-minute scale, we classify our super typhoons before when they hit 220 kilometers per hour or 120 knots. So that created confusion because the public also has access to JTWC and JMA information and other information from other weather agencies. And when they start tagging that cyclone as super typhoon, they have this perception that Pag-asa is lagging in terms of classifying it as super typhoon. So we decided to harmonize our definition of super typhoon with those being used by other weather centers in the region. We also revised our wind signal system to conform it with the original Beaufort equivalence and to give more emphasis on storm and typhoon force winds. Because in the previous wind warning system, they tend to underestimate the threat because the storm and typhoon force winds have lower numbers. And we also revised our graphical forecast in order to give emphasis to the radius of the tropical cyclone. Because there's still a misconception that a typhoon is a point with this kind of chart on the left. That's why we revised it to the one on the right to show the extent of tropical cyclone winds. And we have this case of Typhoon Nalge or Paeng. This was just very recent. And although it crossed Luzon in the Philippines, it's notable for the immense casualty count in the Bangsamoro region in Western Mindanao, in the southern Philippines, due to a heavy rain disaster on October 28. So this is the deadliest tropical cyclone for this season in the Philippines. And during our PIDRA meetings prior to the heavy rainfall disaster in Western Mindanao, roughly 2 to 3 days in advance, we were able to warn our disaster managers that there's something will really happen in the Bangsamoro region. And despite this early warning by the technical experts, which was also cascaded to disaster managers in the devolved government at Bangsamoro, because the Bangsamoro region is a devolved government. It's similar to how Scotland is set up in the United Kingdom. Despite the good early warning, despite the early communication with our disaster managers at the national level, we still had a lot of casualties over that specific region alone, disproportionate amount of casualties, despite being far from the area of extent of the typhoon being mentioned. So the question is, this disaster the result of ineffective communication? We still have to look into other factors, possibly political, administrative, maybe along the warning process, something went wrong. But this is not likely just because of ineffective warning communication, because as we've seen in the earlier presentation, it's an entire value warning cycle. We have to take into account all of those things. Now, to end my presentation, here is our way forward, at least in the near term. to engage with our core government partners more through development of joint operational plans and additional simulation exercises. This was an idea when there was a workshop in Malaysia several months ago, and I had the chance to meet Derek Rowe of Central Pacific Hurricane Center, so we conversed about that. Another thing is to empower more local media practitioners because, again, as I've mentioned, media practitioners still respected, especially in the provinces, and people in the countryside really rely on these local media practitioners in terms of warning information. Of course, to improve the communication of hazards and impacts in public TC products without sacrificing brevity of messages, because sometimes we want to say a lot, but because of the amount of information that we're saying, it becomes very long and people have short attention span. Of course, number 4, maximize the growing social media reach of Pag-asa to deliver forecast and warning products through the use of infographics, because people are not really keen on reading text, long text products. So we are exploring more on using infographics in order to catch the public's attention and in order for them to read our warnings much longer. And of course, one of the last in our way forward is to transition to impact or risk-based approach in forecasting and warning. That is actually the long-term way forward. Of course, we acknowledge that there's still a challenge due to drastic paradigm shift in terms of transitioning to risk or impact-based forecasting. Of course, the need for a reliable probabilistic guidance and a nationwide exposure and vulnerability data set, which is not yet present in the Philippines. And of course, there's a need for a possible overhaul of existing disaster risk management policies to conform with this new approach. So still have a long way to go in terms of impact-based forecast, but the Philippines is working its way towards achieving that goal in the long run. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbie. Okay. Thank you very much. So next we have Monica Sharma from IMD, and she's going to talk about some of their efforts to improve communication of warnings. And while she's walking up, I just want to say, we might not have time for questions here, but we do have the breakout sessions, which will be coming up after a break after these talks, and so that might be a good time to talk about some of the questions and thoughts that maybe have arisen from all of these excellent presentations. And of course, there's also the online chat. Hopefully that's working now.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Monica Sharma from RSMC New Delhi. At the outset, I want to thank WMO, WWRP, TCP, and the chairs, IWTC-10, Dr. Robert Rogers and Mr. Joe Cudney. I also want to convey my special thanks to Dr. Mrityunjay Mahapatra, DG IMD, for providing me this opportunity. So I'll be discussing with you the improvements in communication of TC and associated hazards with Cyclone Taute as an example. And along with that, I'll discuss with you the introduction of new warning services, policy and decision and warning products that were initiated by IMD and Government of India based on the lessons learned from TC Taute in 2021 and TC Okhi in 2017. Let us consider the comparison of Cyclone Taute in 2021 with a similar cyclone, Kandla cyclone in 1998. Both the cyclones developed over the Southeast Arabian Sea. Both the cyclones crossed the Gujarat coast with similar intensity of 90 knots, but if you compare the death toll over Gujarat, then due to Cyclone Taute, it was 98, and due to Cyclone Kandla, it was 3,000. And this successful management of TC Taute was possible with improvements in all aspects of multi-hazard early warning system, including improvements in observations, modeling, forecasting, early warning communication and dissemination, and policy and planning decisions initiated by Government of India and IMD, and various response actions. This is the success story of monitoring the tropical cyclone Taute. If you consider the first figure, we have the red track indicating the forecast track, and the black line indicates the observed track. And during Cyclone Taute, if you see, not only just the track, intensity, landfall, but also the associated hazards, including the winds, the heavy rainfall, and the storm surge, all aspects were very nicely monitored, and warnings were issued with sufficient lead period. This is the monitoring and forecasting process that is followed at IMD, and like other centers, we have array of observations available to the forecasters, and these observations, they are also available to the modeling systems, and the forecast from various models are compared, comprehended, and analyzed, and warning products are generated by the NMHS, that is the IMD, and communicated to the disaster management agencies in an actionable format for immediate response action. Coming to the cyclone forecasting and warning process, we have a seamless flow of warnings starting from extended range forecast for next 5 days, medium range forecast for next 5 to 7 days, short range forecast for next 3 to 5 days when it becomes a depression or cyclone, and very short range forecast on the day of landfall in terms of hourly bulletins. And all these bulletins, they contain information about the track, the intensity, the structure, the landfall point and time, and associated adverse weather with 5 days lead period. And along with that, we also provide information about the damage expected and the response action suggested. We have a very well-defined standard operation procedure for communicating the TC hazards, and first step begins with the organization of pre-cyclone exercise meeting prior to commencement of each cyclone season. Over the North Indian Ocean, we have 2 cyclone seasons, and during Cyclone Taute, extended range outlook was issued on 6th of May, 8 days in advance of formation of depression over the Southeast Arabian Sea. The next step was the medium range forecast that was issued on 10th of May, indicating formation of depression on 14th. And then with the formation of low pressure area on 13th of May, a special message was issued to all the disaster management agencies 5 days ahead of landfall, and that indicated that there will be a cyclonic storm over the Arabian Sea. And pre-cyclone watch in association with the system was issued about 80 hours prior to landfall. Cyclone alert for Gujarat coast was issued about 62 hours prior to landfall. Then we issued the cyclone warning for Gujarat and Diu coast about 33 hours prior to landfall, and post-landfall outlook was issued for interior districts of Gujarat and Rajasthan on 17th of May, about 18 hours prior to landfall. And on the day of landfall, hourly bulletins commenced and about 15 hours prior to landfall. In addition to that, DGIMD had regular interaction with the disaster management agencies, and there was continuous meeting with the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and there was National Crisis Management Committee meeting since 13th of May, and similar meetings were also held with the members of the Parliament to trigger effective response action. In addition to that, IMD also provided dynamic impact-based forecast in terms of the hazards associated with floods, winds, surge, and also we provided the loss to various exposure items like agriculture, buildings, essential facilities, transport, and other utilities in terms of money. And this led the Government of India to provide pre-disaster relief to the concerned states against the earlier practice of providing the relief to the concerned states after the disaster, after assessment of the damage. And this is the cyclone warning process. We have a seamless warning system, and we provide sector-specific bulletins, about 15 in number, as per the requirement of the users. And we have 4-stage warning system for the state and central level disaster management agencies. We provide sea area warnings, GMDSS bulletins, coastal weather bulletins, port warnings, warnings for fishermen, warnings for fisheries officials, national media, aviation, and registered users as per their requirement. The redundancy is maintained in disseminating the warnings and advisories to the users. Apart from the conventional tools, we also utilize all the modern means of communication. We have Navtex for coastal and deep sea shipping. We have APIs for tropical cyclones. Then warnings are also disseminated through social media, and there is a dedicated website for tropical cyclones, and regular videos are released in English, Hindi, and local languages. And to communicate the warnings to fishermen in deep sea, we have satellite-based communication in terms of games and NAVIC. And particularly in case of cyclone Taute, about 42 national bulletins were issued to central and state level disaster management agencies. There were 6 bulletins, special bulletins from Director General of Meteorology to senior government officers, and about 30 bulletins were issued to WMO and member countries including Pakistan. And while communicating TC Taute, there were regular media briefings by DG IMD. Audio and video messages were continuously updated, and regular press release was issued. And the last step is the verification to understand our performance and the release of preliminary report on the systems. Despite all the necessary actions and very successful management of tropical cyclone Taute, there was one unfortunate incident that we want to highlight here over the Bombay High region, and that led to loss of lives of the people working over the barge P305. It was manned by ONGC India, and it was mainly because of the inadequate response actions by the management team. They were not using the advisories issued by NMHS IMD, and they were rather using the advisories from third-party sources. And this incident led to radical reforms in India's cyclone warning communication for offshore industries. And after that incident, major policy decisions were initiated by Government of India and IMD. Government of India made it mandatory for all the offshore operators to take guidance from IMD, and regular transmission of cyclone bulletins commenced from October 2021. And IMD also prepared location-specific customized forecast for offshore industries in color-coded form. Pre-cyclone meetings were arranged with operators and trainings were conducted, and now there is a well-defined SOP between IMD, inquires, and operators in this regard. I want to discuss with you another example of cyclone Okhi that developed in 2017 on 28th of November from a low pressure area, and depression formed over the southwest Bay of Bengal on 29th of November. And cyclone Okhi, it moved northwestwards, and thereafter it recurved northeastwards, weakened over sea, and crossed Gujarat coast as a low pressure area. But during the development phase, it rapidly intensified into a cyclonic storm, and many fishermen, they went missing. At that time, there were no means of communicating with the fishermen in the deep sea. And after this incident, major decisions were initiated by the Government of India and IMD. IMD introduced fishermen warnings for entire North Indian Ocean in graphical format against the earlier practice of giving the fishermen warnings of the coastal region only. Extended range outlook was introduced. Lead period of tropical weather outlook was extended to 5 days. The local governments, they started transmitting the fishermen warnings to deep sea fishermen through VHF from one ship to in force to communicate with the fishermen. Thus, I just want to conclude that all the disasters that happened, they led to significant improvements in the early warning services and major policy decisions initiated by the Government of India and IMD. With that, I conclude, and I thank all the participants for very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. That really is a nice, the comparison of those two cyclones was a nice success story, but as always, I guess there is more work to be done, but it's nice to see the responses from some of those tragedies. Okay, let's move on to our next speaker, or two speakers actually. These will be online. So it is Shamal Clark from Cayman Islands and Holly Hamilton from the Turks and Caicos Islands. So Are you going to, is it one set of talks that you're going to pass back and forth? Or are you, first of all, are you both online, Shamal and Holly?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, we're here.
Perfect, okay. So I guess, Shamal, are you going to go first from the Cayman Islands?
The screen here.
Okay, can you share your screen? Is that how we're going to do this?
Maybe I'm going to, yeah, let me start my day.
Okay, yep, we can see your screen. Okay.
Okay, so you can see my screen?
Yes, so at 8 minutes, I'll give you, or Holly, a warning.
Okay, all right, here we go. Are you seeing it in presentation mode?
No, actually, it's not in presentation mode. There, now it is. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, good morning, everyone in Bali, and good day and good evening to those in the virtual world. I'm Dr. Holly Hamilton, the Director of Meteorology at the Turks and Caicos Islands Airport Authority, and I'll be co-presenting with Mr. Shamal Clark from the Cayman Islands National Weather Service. And we'll be talking about how in our own respective countries, we've been working towards improving communication of hazards and impacts of tropical cyclones. So for the Turks and Caicos Islands this year, I will be using Hurricane Fiona as a case study, as it was the one hurricane that impacted us this year. And since assuming my position of Director of Meteorology, one of the things myself and my colleagues at the Department of Disaster Management and Emergencies wanted to implement was providing more usable and local information to the public in the tropical cyclone advisories. And I should also add the decision makers as well. And so with that, just communicating the possible impacts and the timing of those impacts a bit better. You can see in the images below the comparison to what the Disaster Management Department would have issued last year during Tropical Storm Grace versus the type of product we would have produced this year with Hurricane Fiona on the right. And so last year, they would just put out the NHC cone of uncertainty track forecast and then just the general information about where the storm is and where it's going, the intensity and so forth. But what we really wanted to provide to the public was more information about the storm, how the storm will impact our islands in terms of wind, rainfall, surf, and so forth. And might I also add, the examples of these products also exemplify the partnership between the Department of Meteorology and the Disaster Management Agency, with us producing and providing that information and then them disseminating that information on their already well-established social media platforms. Other ways that we improved with the messaging to the public, so the National Emergency Operations Center, we would meet and have briefings, and what they introduced this year was having press conferences after some of those key meetings, and we would have live streamed those meetings through Facebook. And the image on the top right there is an image of me providing a Met briefing. Someone said, hey, I think it was during the second press conference, why not just put some Met information on the screen and let Holly speak to the public and provide a forecast. And that was well received. The public really appreciated having that local information and a lot of things that they wouldn't have understand in terms of meteorology and tropical storm forecasting explained to them in layman terms. Another key outlet was the DDME alert app, something that they had created and established last year, but it was really utilized this year with Hurricane Fiona. And one of the key things to note was the increase of app downloads during the period of impact with Hurricane Fiona. So just a quick stat, during September 1st to the 24th, there was a total of more than 3,000 new downloads. Now, during that 5-day period here that you see on the graph, there was a total of 2,865 downloads. So that's about 89% of that 3,000 downloads just in those 5 days. And then you see that spike of where about 30% of those downloads happened on the 17th of September. That was the day of the first press conference. And just stressing people to download the app so that they can get the information quickly, and getting the local information on how the storm would have impacted them. So, this just gives an example of the beginning of how we are trying to produce more user-focused and local information to the public and to the decision makers so that they can make better decisions. But obviously there's more to do and more to come in terms of like impact-based forecasting and the common alert protocol. But Shamal will talk a little bit more about that, and I'll transfer it on to him.
All right, good day to everyone. All right, so just continuing from what Holly was saying, at the Caymanas National Weather Service, we've been trying to do a lot of things to improve our message and target our audience. Previously, just to give you a rundown, we would typically just send our email to the media outlets for them to essentially disseminate the information further. Occasionally, we would have video presentation by some media groups that would pop by the office, and then they would disseminate from there on. In about 2016, we decided to add Facebook as a messaging method or means of communication to try and expand our reach in terms of communication. It was started in plain text, to be honest, which we realized was not doing much. So in about 2020, 2021, we decided to add graphical images, which were well received. Since then, we've been trying to improve with every hurricane season. Currently, we're testing some changes from the 2021 hurricane season. One of the things that we realized, to be honest, was that there's a time when we have tropical waves moving across and they're not named. We realize with our population, persons typically respond to a named system, so a tropical cyclone, a tropical storm, or hurricane. But if it's an active tropical wave or a system that could present similar severe weather, they'll essentially just pass it off and ignore it. So we have that period where an active tropical wave is moving into our area, and we need to cover that. So we decided to do some graphics for that, and we issue a severe weather notification. Next slide, Holly. So one of the things we realized, we compared this year a graphical text to, well, just plain text to a graphics, and we realized that the amount of persons that we reached via Facebook was significantly more using a graphical representation of what we expect from the system. In this case, it was Hurricane Ian, and it was well received, like I said, and persons were more gravitated towards that. The problem we realized with that is that we can't put too much on the graphics because it becomes too crowded. So what we did from one of our assessment in 2021 was we decided to come up with an internal system to discuss how we can elaborate more on what the impacts were, and not just traditional forecasting, which is what the conditions are expected to be. The image there with expected weather condition, expected impacts, was us testing a section of our internal briefings to our emergency management and the other stakeholders. And it was well received because now they were able to better understand what kind of conditions they were supposed to prepare for. Next slide, Holly.
You have less than 2 minutes.
So this is a simple case of what we call a 7 steps to success. The entire cycle lasts about 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. And what we try to do is when we receive data, we assess the data, we then create our products, and we transmit our data. Right now, we still maintain emails. We do video presentations as well. But we realize that when we interject that at the wrong time, then it throws off the entire process and how fast we are able to get our information out there and then brief the emergency council. So what we did, we left the interviews for last after the briefing of the emergency council. But given our operational size, we double up our staff once we're within a warning phase. And one officer is responsible for some of the tasks here. So it's not that it's left for last, but it's left for last for that officer. So we split it in terms of 3 and 3, and then it makes it a lot easier. So instead of us taking 2 hours to get the message out there, now we've condensed it to 30 to 45 minutes. Next slide, Holly. So what's next for us in terms of communication is that we're currently testing the web-based CAP alert tool, and then we're going to go live with that hopefully next year. We have drafted our implementation plan for impact-based forecasting, and we're considering how we can increase our media presence, possibly by producing our own videos, live streaming, and that kind of stuff. I know Holly tested that and it works well. We do that, but we rely on an external media group to come in and do that for us, which it poses a challenge when you have 2-3 different persons wanting videos. So the idea is to do one video presentation and then send it out for all the media groups to then use. Operational challenge we found is that our short staff number limits us to what we can do and how fast we can get stuff done. The additional issue we have is alternative source of information. So given that everyone has social media now, everybody has become an expert. So they're rushing to put information out there, and a lot of times the information is incorrect as it relates to us. And we find a lot of persons here aren't checking the source, they're just seeing it and then they're running with it. So we have that issue of competing with them. But what we do is we try to get out there as much as possible. We do joint press briefings with the Hazard Management Council here. We do radio shows, and we just stress the official sources of information and where persons should get the information from. Yeah. So next slide, Holly. I think that's it for us. So, I mean, we have a lot to go, and I'm happy to be here at this conference to be able to see what some of the other persons are doing in their respective region, hopefully to learn a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly and Shamal. So we'll have to move on. Our next speaker, I believe, is in the room. Stephen, I'm sorry if I mispronounce, Meek from Fiji. Okay. He's coming up now. Oh, it's scary to see a giant video of me on the screen. So can we call up Stephen's slides?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, on behalf of the government of Fiji, I would like to thank WMO as well as the co-chair of the IWTC. Thank for the invite. Yes, Fiji is located, for those who do know Fiji, just to the east of Australia and to the north of New Zealand. RSMC Nandi is located in Fiji, and our area of responsibility extends from 160 east to 120 west equator to 25 south. It's quite a huge area, and the islands are very small. If you have been to these islands, if you try to locate them on the map, they are just dots on the map. You won't be able to see them. But if you go to these islands, there are actually people living in these islands, and they are friendly islands, and they are affected by tropical cyclone. So these are some of the devastations of tropical cyclones in our region. This was one that we will never forget in Fiji, was tropical cyclone, severe tropical cyclone Winston, which brought almost everything with it. Destructive winds, storm surges, landslides, storm surges that were never experienced in the past. When we issued warnings for severe tropical cyclone Winston, people were aware of the destructive winds, but never of the storm surges. So these storm surges came in and killed almost 44 people in one small island. So that brought some changes to the way we started to forecast for these severe tropical cyclones. So for us, in terms of TC hazard communication, because we also look after the region, we also issue special weather bulletins when this severe tropical cyclone or tropical cyclone affects these small islands. It's communicating with this National Meteorological Hydrological Service, and they issue the warnings for their respective countries. We also communicate strongly with New Zealand Met Service as well as the Bureau of Meteorology in terms of the TC analysis and the forecast of these severe weather events. And of course, we'll also look after the tropical cyclone warning service for Fiji. In terms of communication, for us, as I mentioned earlier, RSMC NADI to the National Meteorological Services, and they communicate with their national disaster management agencies. These are some of the products that we issue to them, the tropical cyclone track map, as well as the threat map. We also issue 5-day TC Outlook tropical disturbance summary, and these are usually communicated through emails or even a phone call to these National Meteorological Service. So the key for us when we do this is on accuracy. If we are unable to give them accurate data, then it will be very difficult for them to warn their respective countries. And this is what we continue try to emphasize, is for us to have access to high resolution model, because our islands are really small. If we are unable to get those data in time, then we are unable to give accurate warnings. But these are some of the ways we have been communicating, and they are also aware of the risk of tropical cyclones. This was one event. After tropical cyclone Winston, we together with GMA, through the SIFTI project, we were able to develop a storm surge model for Fiji and the region. So this was first put out during tropical cyclone Yasa, severe tropical cyclone Yasa, as well as severe tropical cyclone Harold. Harold I actually picked out because it affected a few islands, affected Vanuatu, Fiji, and Tonga. So this is for the first time you are able to tell them, okay, this is the amount of surge that you might expect over your particular country. And this was a Category 5 tropical cyclone for Vanuatu. When it came to Fiji, it was a Category 4. Then when it affected Tonga, a Category 4. But unfortunately for Tonga, when it came to Fiji, it was just around low tide. But when it impacted Tonga, it was high tide. And Tonga actually experienced some very high surge, as well as some high tropical wind waves. Yeah? And some, from the experience, they said it reaches up to 10 meters. For a small island nation, 10 meters is very high. And if you are unable to give them this data, this accurate data, it will not really change much for them. For now, we want to move further and give them some coastal inundation forecast in terms of the wave heights, as well as the extent inland, and that will really most probably help them in terms of moving forward. For communication with our neighboring TCs, because sometimes it's very difficult to get all the models run data, the global models run data on in time through the JTW side. So we usually have communication in terms of movement because our area of responsibility is close to each other with New Zealand. So we, especially on the area of gales, as well as on the Dvorak analysis and intensities. Yeah? In terms for Fiji, this is how we communicate. It's very clear for us. We are responsible for weather. So what we do before the cyclone season, we do a briefing with NDMO, which is our National Disaster Management Office, and these are the only agencies that is able to move the arms of government. So they call in the response team. So during a tropical cyclone, and I'll repeat this, during a tropical cyclone, all these stakeholders and all the response team, they are all communicating. They are all in one room talking to each other, and they are responding to the warnings in place. However, for small systems, if it's a tropical disturbance or tropical depressions, they are skeletonly resourced. So they are unable to move. So if we are unable, if we are not very clear in terms of where the rainfall will be for a tropical disturbance or tropical depression, then those who are at risk won't be able to really make a good decision. So they do respond to tropical cyclones, which is very clear in the act. But for small systems, the other stakeholders, they rely on the Fiji Meteorological Service to deliver this information across to them. We have a media liaison officer for the first time since tropical cyclone Winston. We brought one in, not a forecaster, for the first time. Before it was done by the forecaster. So she handles all this. She handles the social media. She handles the media releases. So we do the special weather bulletins. We pass it to her. She put it in a language that could be understood by the general public, and it goes up. And today, if you talk to anyone in Fiji, they only know your name, and not the Fiji Meteorological Service. Whenever we talk, whenever Fiji Meteorological Service comes on board, they usually ask, "Where's Anna?" Because Anna speaks that simple term. And for me, I'm always looking for a team to work around Anna, especially if she goes on leave or if she falls sick, that the work continues. This is one another one that we had in terms of flooding. This was just a depression, a disturbance and a depression that we had flooded some of these catchments. And this one, NDMO did not do much because it was not a named tropical cyclone. It was just a small system. And this affects towns, it floods towns and affects businesses in this particular area. Yeah, for us, in the future, we are working with the weather ready nation. We are doing a lot of stakeholder engagement. We are trying to focus our attention to the different stakeholders and how the weather and the hazards affects them. So this was just the one held last week. The first one, the weather ready nation stakeholder meeting that we had. It's inclusive of all. We try to bring the disabled in. We try to bring the women team in, the firm link that communicates to the women in Fiji, and the rest of the team. So this is the first phase, and hopefully it will continue. Just my last slide. I would like to thank you again for the opportunity. And this was just before the season starts this year. We had the ministers that were there, our minister from the infrastructure, as well as the disaster management office. They were present together. Terima
Great, thank you, Stephen. So our final speaker of the session, I believe, is also in person. And again, apologies if it is Guelso, if I'm mispronouncing your name, from Mozambique. Guelso Maro Manhate. I'm sorry if I mispronounced. So he will be talking about some of the challenges and the ways that they handle communication of TC hazards in Mozambique.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Gal Sumajad. I am weather forecast for National Institute of Meteorology from Mozambique. Mozambique is one of the most vulnerable countries to the impact of climate related with hazards such as tropical cyclone and others. During the occurrence of tropical cyclone, there are main damage and negative impact, such as flood, injuries and deaths, destruction of houses, hospital, schools, bridge, roads, etc. This is example of observation season 2021-2022. Last season, we have in the four system. We have a moderate tropical system Ana and the Dumaku and the Jasmine, and we have an intensive tropical cyclone Gombe. Something different that happened in that season, that cyclone affected the north of Mozambique. This is unusual track of cyclone. We used to say cyclone affected the central area of Mozambique, but in that season affect the north of Mozambique. This is an example of some damage due to moderate tropical storm Ana and Gom. We can see some flood and the fall of tree along of the national roads, cut off some bridge, hospital destroyed. This slide show how the early warning system works in Mozambique. First, we receive information of the Regional Center Meteorological of Cyclone, La Runia. With this information, we do our forecast and we do our warning, and we ensure this warning for governmental authority to national disaster risk manage and the national disaster water resource. Also, we meet this information for national radio and the television. The national disaster water resource ensure a warning for flood, for the government authority, for national disaster manager. After that, the national disaster manager ensure warning for humanitarian organization, local disaster manager, and the local radio and the television. We work to reach the public, the community at risk. This is example. We have first, according to RSM Relunia Bulletin, we do our analysis of a numerical weather model, and we ensure the short information that there is a system on the southwest of Ocean Indic. We give the position and the forecast. After that, we meet the alert when strong wind are expected to affect the channel and the coast of the Mozambique within 48 to 72 hours. This warning coming with orange color. After that, INAM issue warning when strong wind are expected to affect the channel and the coast of Mozambique within 24 to 48 hours. This warning coming with red color. And finally, INAM issue a final bulletin when the tropical cyclone dissipate or weakens and isn't it read. This alert and the warning must be issued daily at the 10 a.m., 2 p.m., 6 p.m., and the 10 p.m., or at a different time depending on the evolution of the tropical cyclone and update of the La Runia RSM. When we have a tropical cyclone, we have a meet with National Disaster Manager. We draw the risk zone, and after that, we do the daily briefing to radio, to television, and we go to area that will affect the tropical cyclone, and to identify of the safe area to shelter people. And finally, we remove the people of the risk zone, and we give the information for where can go. Finally, to conclude, our challenge is to improve our numerical model, to training the staff of numerical weather predict, improve our observational network because we have a low station around the country, improve our human resource, improve our IT and the technology advance, and the integrate system of sharing data, information, and the work. I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I want to thank all the speakers. I know time has been short, but I think it's been really informative to see how these challenges are dealt with across the world. Obviously, every region has their own unique circumstances, and so it's fascinating, I think, to see what some of these challenges were. Hopefully, this will also lead. I apologize, we don't really have time for questions on this, at least formally. But again, the breakout sessions, which Joe's going to talk about, you're going to have a quick break. I think then we're going to go into breakout sessions, and hopefully there can be some more dialogue on this. And obviously, one of the great aspects of IWTC is, we'll have a week to have other informal conversations and kind of that open space that Joe was talking about. So hopefully we can continue these conversations in that forum as well. So again, thanks to the speakers, and Joe, you want to go ahead and talk about the next steps?
Oh, look, I'm really sorry. You've been very patient. Your bladders are busting. I understand. We need a break very soon. So just a couple of minutes. So we're having a break now. When we come back, we're going directly to our breakout rooms. So for breakout leaders and note takers, there are some instructions. You can use the QR code to get those instructions. And for online people, there is a Jamboard session where you can add your input to that, and we'll be collating that material as well. So thank you, all those online people staying with us. I'm just going to step forward. So just the breakout rooms behind this, there is breakout rooms 1, 2, and 3 behind where we are. The other rooms out here, there are the rooms 4 and 5 together, and 6 and 7 and 8. There are hard copy pieces of paper with instructions of where they are, so we'll have that outside. And the people, let's see, who is in which breakout room, I can show you all the names on one page here, but I will leave it to you look at the hard copy ones that are outside and inside the breakout rooms themselves. So please consult that during the break. I will leave the list up here if you need to look at your name during the break. So let's have a break now. We are having a group photo, but I will say 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, but be back here and we'll get a drink, but if we can be back here at 12:10 for the group photograph, please. So it's your chance to stay IWTC-1, 1985. Imagine in 20, 30 years' time, you can be recorded in your photograph. So have a break bathroom, but back here at 12:10, and then we will go to the breakout rooms 10 minutes later, so at 12:20. So apologies for our late breaks, but we will see you back here for a photograph at 12:10.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joe and Mr. Rob, to lead the session. And now, before break, we have a photo session here now.
Later,
Oh,
after
no.
break. Okay. Yes. We break. We already prepare snack in front of the Denpasar ballroom. If you want to know which room in your breakup room, we already paste the name in front of the Denpasar room. You can see your name. In which breakup room you will.
Yeah, and the local committee will help you to find the room. Again, room 1 to 3 will be in Denpasar ballroom here, and room 4 and 5 in Gianyar room, And room 6 in Wantilan room will conducted hybrid, and room 7 in Klungkung room, and the last one, the room 8 in Alia room.
Yes, and also we would like to inform, in case there is an earthquake or earthquake with tsunami potential or fire, please, if you feel the earthquake, you can go to Central Park here, in front of the Central Park in front of the Denpasar room, and later the staff hotel will guide you to the tennis court, and then you will go to the assemble point where you will be.
Okay, enjoy your coffee.
So welcome to topic 1. So this morning's topic was a little bit unusual in that we did not have a working group go through this process of evaluating the science and service over the last 4 years. But this is the first of the 6 topics where we have had a working group. We've had 3 subtopics look at. Well, our topic is remote sensing, and we have 3 working groups over 3 subtopics, which we'll cover today. So we'll be having 4 presentations, 3 from the rapporteurs, and then 1 as a summary. We will be taking questions during this session at the end of the presentation. So please consider your questions, and we'll have some time. And also for those people online, we will consider your questions as well for that. And that will be followed by the break and then the breakout room. You will be in different breakout rooms, but we'll follow the same convention as we did this morning with the breakout rooms. So it's my great pleasure to introduce topic 1.1, remote sensing, current and emerging satellite sensors. It's a topic very close to my heart as a forecaster. The challenge for forecasters is to stay on top of all of these new satellite sensors that are coming on board, to make sense of knowing their strengths and weaknesses. There are a lot of things happening in the satellite sphere, which is great news, but it's also a challenge to stay up to date. So it's my pleasure to have Lucrezia Ricciardoli from REMS in California to guide us through what's been happening in the last 4 years.
So I'd like to thank the co-chair and topic lead for inviting us to present the recent advances on remote sensing for tropical cyclone. So Brian Howell is a co-rapporteur at the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. He's a senior meteorologist, but couldn't attend. But I would like to thank him also for his contribution. And big thanks to all the members of the working group who sent very valuable contributions that we used to write the report. For brevity, I cannot cover everything, so I invite people to read the report where they will find the details. No, wrong key. Let me see. Okay, so I will try to describe the recent advances for different type of satellite sensors and focus more on the newest and emerging satellites and devote less time to the more mature satellite sensor that we are probably more familiar with. So I divided them in a couple of categories: the low Earth orbit or polar orbiting satellites, where we have newest contributions from the SAR, L-band radiometers, and combined C-band and X-band radiometers, scalerometers that are well known, small and CubeSats. I will talk about those, wind, Doppler radar, and other sensors. And the geostationary satellites, I'll devote a little bit less time because they're a mature technology, and I will devote some time to describe the new techniques from this new generation of satellites. And then I will talk briefly about the planned sensors and give some examples of how these sensors have been recently used in operations, and maybe, if I have time, about a simulation, because it's a lot of material. And then at the end, I will describe what are the remaining challenges and what recommendations we follow from these challenges. So I will devote a little bit more time on the SAR, because in the previous meeting 4 years ago, it was an emerging sensor that was very promising for the TC community. And indeed, one of the recommendations was to develop a framework to acquire this TC, so to have the TC acquisitions and provide them in near real time to the operational community. And this happened, but it's still an open issue, how to do that. There is no official framework for doing that. So the SAR is a synthetic aperture radar, and is a C-band, is not very sensitive to rain, so you can see through the rain in most cases. And it transmits and receives in co-polarization and cross-polarization. This seems a detail, but it's very important, because thanks to the channeling cross-polarization, unlike other sensors, it is able to be very sensitive to high winds up to the equivalent category 5. So 70 meters per second can be observed with the SAR. And it has a relatively wide swath of 400 to 600 kilometers, and a very high resolution. The original resolution is about 100 meters for this type of acquisitions, but then the wind data are provided on a 3-kilometer average grid. So those are some images of some recent tropical cyclones as observed by the SAR. There are 4 different countries, 4 different institutions who have SARs. The European Space Agency, Sentinel-1A, 1C, and 1B just ended last year. Canada has 4, RADARSAT-2, RCM-123, and China has 1, Gaofeng-3, and Japan has an L-band SAR, which is a lower frequency. Oh, I made a mistake. The top is, C-band is like 5 gigahertz, and L-band is 1.4, I just noticed. So Japan has an L-band SAR, pulsar. So the advantage of the SAR is the fact that because of the very high resolution, can really look into the fine structure of the storm and can identify the region of maximum winds, the radii of 35, 50, and 64 knots can be easily determined, and can see into small fissures of inside the core of the tropical cyclone. So there is a 2D wind field on the left side for TC Halima, and on the right side, there is a radial distribution of the wind. The black line is the average across the 360 degrees, and the gray spots are all the different, different angles. So the blue dot, the highest blue dot would be the maximum wind, and the other dots identify the radius, the radii of 34, 50, and 64 knots. Now, it has been very beneficial to the community to have a look into this fine structure using the SAR, but there is a challenge in the acquisitions because of such a high resolution. They need to be planned in advance. So at the previous meeting, there was a recommendation to develop such a framework so the operational community could request acquisitions over certain regions of risk. And there is a figure on the top where it shows the acquisitions that were done during Batsirai in February, I think, 2022, and where I display only the wind field only for the last acquisition, but the other boxes, they show where the acquisitions were done. And now, so thanks to the previous meeting, this type of framework started to be developed, but it's not official yet. And there is a risk that these acquisitions might not continue in the future unless, I think, there is an additional recommendation from this meeting to keep continuing this framework of ordering the acquisition and providing them in near real time to the operational community. And last, another challenge is, are these observations consistent with other in situ observations, for example, or other satellite? So in the past 4 years, there have been a lot of efforts by IFRMER and NOAA to compare to in situ observations, for example, in this figure with the radiometer that flies into hurricane penetrating aircrafts. And you can see that there is a very good correspondence, but there are occasionally some inconsistency for some tropical cyclones that might be due, they need to be explored more. So another emerging, I mean, it's not emerging anymore, it's more accepted, I think, by this time, but at the previous meeting was an emerging type of sensor is the L-band radiometer, which is 1.4 gigahertz. Because of such a low frequency, they are insensitive to rain, so they really can see through the storm, but also because of their low frequency, they have a very low resolution, unlike the SAR. So the resolution is about 40 kilometers for SMAP and 50 kilometers for SMOS. And then they get the data, they are oversampled, they get gridded, like in that figure, a 25-kilometer grid. So, so you cannot see anymore the fine details of the storm, but we can still use these sensors. They have a very wide swath, so it's very likely that one of the two of these sensors will have a view over a tropical cyclone, and they consistently follow the evolution of the intensity, so they can be used to identify rapid intensification. The uncertainty is something that the operational community has to keep in mind. It's about 10% in terms of wind speed. So the figure on the figure in the screen, it's an automated fix from SMAP, where using the best track center interpolated at the time of the satellite observation, we determine, this is processed at remote sensing system, we determine the radii for each quadrant for the 35, 50, and 64 knots. And this is provided in real time as an image and as a text file, a fix. So similar to SMAP, AMSR2, it's another radiometer, so it can see through the clouds, but it is affected by rain. But when using the combination of different frequency channels, we can remove the effect of rain statistically. We can remove the effect of rain, and so have a product that is called all weather, when it's the global product that is well known and is processed by NOAA, our company, Remote Sensing Systems, and JAXA. But recently, a couple of years ago, at Remote Sensing Systems, we also developed a product specifically trained in tropical cyclone conditions. So this is not global, it's only processed over warm waters and for winds above 10 meters per second, because the algorithm has been trained in these conditions. And from these, we produce in near real time fixes similar to SMAP, and the algorithm was trained with SMAP, so they are very consistent. So when SMAP is not available, AMSR2 can be considered a substitute. I have to say that SMAP had a hardware failure for a couple of months, but NASA was able to restore it, so the observations are again available in near real time. So then the scatterometers are a mature type of sensor that have been there for 20 plus years, 30 maybe. So they measure the winds. They can be considered 10 minute sustained winds. And the SWAT is very large, it's of the order of 1,000 kilometers. They measure the wind vector. And there are two main types of scatterometers. The KU band, which is right now, China has HSCAT on the HY to B and to C. And then India has OSCAT-3 that has just been launched a few days ago from what I read on the internet. And it seemed that the launch is successful, but the data, of course, will come next year. And then there is a C-band, which is less sensitive to rain, so it's better because it can see through the rain better than the KU band. And that's mostly a European type of scatterometer on METOP, A, B, and C, but A ended a couple of years ago. So now there is B and C. Then there is a new type of scatterometer from China that has a combination of, it's a dual frequency, so KU band and C band, and this helps because it can detect the rain and correct for rain. But I'm not very familiar with this data, if it's available yet. And so two mature scatterometers ended. One is ASCAT-A, ended in 2020, and SCATSA, the Indian scatterometer, ended in 2021. So now the pros are, of course, that they measure the vector wind, and they are mature sensor, well understood. The cons is that, especially at KU band, there is a significant impact of rain. So most of the storm has rain, and the scatterometer winds from KU band are not very helpful there unless they are corrected for rain. Then at C band, there is a reduced sensitivity of the sensor for wind speeds above 35 meters per second. This is a real problem because it means that the sensor observes a backscatter, but we don't know if it relates to a 35 meters per second, 50 or 60, because the signal would be observed in the same way. So this will be addressed with the future scatterometer from EUMETSAT. It's called METOP second generation, SG SCA. And this will have an additional channel which has cross polarization like the SAR, and it makes the sensor much more sensitive to high winds. So another thing I would like to address is that in a meeting in December, organized by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, the ASCAT process in Europe by the KNMI. So Ed Stoffelen had a presentation, and he recommended to correct the high winds for some biases that they observed. And I think it was a little bit confusing because it depends where the ASCAT winds are processed. So not all the ASCAT winds need to be corrected, but if the ASCAT winds that the operational community get are from KNMI, it would be better to correct them. And there is a presentation and a link in the report, and also a reference, a paper by Paul Ferrari, where they explain this. But the NOAA ASCAT, the ASCAT process at NOAA, they do not need to be corrected because they are calibrated with the hurricane penetrating aircraft measurements. So I don't know how much time I have. Okay, I might have to go a little bit faster. Now these are more mature sensors, the microwave imagers and sounders. I list here, I'm not going to read because it's too many. I prefer to go further. But they have a very large SWAT and frequencies that go from 6 to 190 gigahertz, and the resolution depends on the frequency channel. So they this is an image actually where is overlapped a geostationary image from Iwamare and the dual frequency precipitation radar. So it shows which is a microwave instrument, and shows the rain bands and the eye of the storm. So that's very useful also for detecting activity in the core of the storm. So all the sensors that I presented are very expensive, and to plan them requires many years and financial efforts from many agencies. So a way to mitigate this difficulty is to move towards smaller sensors and cost-saving miniaturized sensor like a small sat that can be a couple of feet, 2-3 feet, or the CubeSats that are like 10 centimeters cubes, or combination of cubes. So some of these are already up. One is COVER, which is very similar to WinSat, if people know, and is mounted on the International Space Station. The cost-saving feature is that instead of all satellite rotating, only the antenna rotates, and the rest is stationary. So this has a few frequency channels between 18 and 37 gigahertz. So it measures the brightness temperature, but also it has algorithms to produce environmental parameters like rain, water vapor, and winds. The data, so this was launched 1 year ago, and the data is still not publicly available. But this is an image that it was provided to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center of what they will expect to see when the data is available. And this is an image from 2 different channels, the 18 gigahertz and the 23 gigahertz. So then the CubeSat are here represented by Tropics, which is a collaboration between MIT and NASA, where some combination of 3 small units of CubeSats form this Tropics constellation of satellites. They were supposed to be 6 plus an exploratory satellite Pathfinder. The Pathfinder is up and is working. The first 2 CubeSats failed at launch, but there are 4 more that will be launched starting next year. And they have a very large SWAT at 30 degrees inclination, and then probably the data will be provided in near real time via NOAA. And then another one, it's on the International Space Station, is Tempest, and is a CubeSat radiometer, which is now provided in near real time. Was launched 1 year ago. So then we have another one, is a Doppler wind lidar from the European Space Agency. It's a UV laser, and it provides a single line of sight of aggregates over 90 kilometers horizontally, and vertically they have a resolution of about 1 kilometer, and they determine the motion of the practically molecular cloud or aerosol winds with an uncertainty that goes from 2.5 to 4.5 meters per second. And the data are in near real time and are already assimilated by a number of numerical weather prediction model like ECMWF and UK Met Office. And that's an example of a wind profile over a SWAT. And then there is a GNSS reflectometry, Cygnus, which was a mission developed by NASA with the intent to measure winds in the tropical cyclones. But so it's a constellation of 8 satellites that measure like tracks, like what you see there. But it was launched in 2016, and data was never provided in near real time because there were some calibration issues that need to be corrected post-processing. So the latency, I think, is of the order of 1 or 2 days on some of these products. So at this point, this is more of a proof of concept mission rather than an operational mission. So in terms of geostationary, we have a new generation of geostationary satellites with higher spatial, temporal, and spectral resolution. The scans are usually over 10 minutes, but they can be run in a rapid scan that, depending on the agencies, like 1 or 2 minutes modes, so very frequent observation. Then there was a new technique developed at Colorado State University, Proxivis, where they combine different channels to make a proxy imagery proxy visible imagery at night. And then an additional advance is that the infrared sounders are usually on polar orbiting satellites, but now China has a hyperspectral infrared sounder on geostationary orbit, is the first one, and other agencies will start from next year. So this is an example of how some of these newer sensors are used in operations. I have 3 different examples in 3 slides. So this is at the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and NRL, the Naval Research Laboratory. They assimilate different data, like from microwave sensors, like the SAR, and on the left, AMSR2, which is this C-band expand radiometer, and SMAP. And they provide a visual characterization of the wind field, color-coded. You can see different wind thresholds, color-coded, and from these also the radii of different wind thresholds are determined. This is very important for basins that don't have the hurricane penetrating aircraft. They rely on satellite data. So another interesting way of using it in operation is that depending on the phase of the tropical cyclone, different sensors provide different type of information. So you might switch from one to the other just to get the information you want for that specific phase of the tropical cyclone. So this is an example from the Australian Bureau of Meteorology, where during the lifetime of TC Herald, they used different sensors, like in the first Genesis phase, as ASCAT was useful to determine the circulation, and then the rain bands where rapid intensification was studied using the microwave sensors, and then the SAR was used in the more mature phase, where the most intense part of the storm, it was possible to see the features with the SAR, and then the rapid intensification or eye replacement cycle was studied with the probabilistic method developed at the University of Wisconsin. And then again, in the last phase, the extratropical transition was here illustrated using ASCAT again. And then finally, the Canadian Hurricane Center is using SAR to monitor the extratropical transition, because finally Canada has 4 different SARs, so they have plenty of data now to follow these extratropical transitions. So I don't know if I have time to talk to this, but I list here, and in the report there are a few pages, a couple of pages about recent advances in the sensor assimilation. Some operational centers, they started to assimilate the SAR, but some are more like testing phase rather than assimilation. The ECMWF is really a global model, not a tropical cyclone model, but they're trying to move towards a higher resolution. And GMA recent advances include the all sky microwave radiance and sounding. And CMA, the Chinese Meteorological Agency, is trying to improve the assimilation speed of different sensors. So in terms of planned sensor, India just launched the new OSCAT-3 Ku-band scatterometer a few days ago. The infrared geostationary sounder from Europe will be launched in a few days, according to what information I could find. AMSR3, which is a follow-up sensor to AMSR2 by JAXA, is going to be launched the next year, microwave radiometer. And another microwave radiometer is by the US Department of Defense, which is a weather system follow-on, is similar to WINSAT, will be launched in 2024. SCA, this new type of scatterometer, C-band, which includes cross-polarization, will be launched in 2025. The first one, it's a series of 3 that will cover 20 years. And SIMR, it's by the European Space Agency, is a Copernicus imaging microwave radiometer, and it has many channels going from L band, so very sensitive to high winds and insensitive to rain, to Ka band, and with a very large swath. Will be launched in 2028, and Harmony, it's a series of SAR receiving only and using another SAR as a transmitting source in 2029. So I'm almost done. Here I separate the challenges and the following recommendation. So one of the, I think, most important challenges at this point is that the SAR acquisition will continue over tropical cyclones, and this is a perfect place where to set a recommendation again for this framework to be continued. And it's important, I think, to involve the Canadian Space Agency because it has 4 SARs. And then one challenge that it was brought to my attention was that there is a time constraint to consult all this variety of data sets, and it's mostly manual effort. So one recommendation would be to develop the unified platform and improve the automation effort. And then recently there was a loss of multiple sensors that were very useful, like ISCAD-A, the Sentinel-1B SAR, WindSat, and SCADSat, that are very critical for the Pacific Indian Ocean, where there is no air recon. So plan ahead new microwave sensor and eventually give near real-time access even to experimental sensors, because something is better than nothing when you don't have anything else in situ. Then another challenge is that sometimes there is conflicting information from different sensors. So there needs to be a coordinated validation effort and develop campaigns to compare in situ versus satellite data set and assign uncertainty to this different data set. There's need to train the community, the operational community, before using any new sensor. So recommendation is to set up combined efforts for online training. And then there is another concern is the satellite data coverage gap, because most satellites are in these 3 type of orbits, 6 a.m. p.m., 9:30 or 12:30. So it would be good to have sensors that fill the gap or having non-sun synchronous, so that cover the whole 24 hours. And then there is this other concern about the scatterometer saturation above 35 meters per second, but this will be addressed with the new C-band scatterometers, and ideally it would be nice to have more of those. So I think in summary, there was an increased use of SAR and SMAP, SMOS, and AMSR2. They mostly observe insensitive to rain. They see through the storm, and they are very useful for near real-time fixes and determination of the radii and tracking the intensification. And especially SAR is very useful to check all the fine details of the core of the storm. And the new generation of scatterometers will be more sensitive to high winds. And the new generation of geostationary sensor will provide a higher spatial temporal and spectral resolution. And finally, among the emerging sensors, the small sat, the low-cost sensors are very promising. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you to Lucrezia and to Brian Hall and everyone in the working group for 1.1. We're going to move. It's kind of worth sticking around to see some of these new sensors. That's kind of a takeaway. For those people who are thinking of leaving the ship, it's worth staying around. We're going to take questions at the end. So hang in there, Jack. It's my pleasure now to introduce Kwok Vi Dong, who with Tony Wimmers has overseen topic 1.2, which is looking at objective satellite methods, including artificial intelligence and machine learning. If we could have the screen back. Thank you. Thank you, Kwok Vi.
we'll do like that. Thank you, WMO, Derek and Sebastian for inviting me. So I will present you the report on objective satellite method, including AI algorithm. That the two rapporteurs were Anthony Wimmers from CIMSS and I. And so we wrote the report with the help and the inputs from the working group that is listed below. Yeah, so my outline. So first point, I will present you the major advances in objective TC analysis method in the past 4 years. Then I will do a special focus on AI for TC analysis and short-term forecasting because there are a lot of AI methods that emerged during this period. The third point would be a drift in TC characteristic in the BT tracks. And I will end up with a summary and conclusion and recommendation. So first of all, what are we talking about when we talk about objective satellite methods? Actually, it covers a large spectrum with a different level of post-processing complexity. So first level is about, it's all the methods about calibration, bias removal, denoising that allow to derive 2D products such as wind field or cloud cover observations. So essentially maps that are used by forecasters to do their analysis. If we go one step further, there are the algorithms that are used for extracting TC fixes, such as the TC center position, the maximum sustainable wind for TC intensity or the mean sea level pressure. There are also the fixes for the TC structures, such as the radius of maximum wind and the wind radius for 34, 50, 64 knots for each quadrant. So one example of the algorithm would be the advanced Dvorak technique. And the last step is of complexity for objective satellite method would be data assimilation, which objective is to provide a comprehensive TC analysis, which means a TC graded description for wind, temperature, humidity, and other variables, and to do a vortex initialization for and give initial conditions for numerical weather models that used for prediction. Usually there is no, this technique is not particular to tropical cyclone, and so and does not give so good TC characteristics as the previous step. So when we talk about methods, the new methods were developed in conjunction with also new sensors, and that those sensors that were presented in the previous presentation. So there might be some overlaps or precisions. So the first sensors that helped to develop objective satellite methods were the SAR, with its main advantages are high spatial resolution with around 1 kilometer and a tolerance to high speeds covering at least 70 meters per second. So this advantage allows to give an unprecedented means to estimate TC surface wind speed in the near and inner core regions. So in the figure below, you can see on the left a 2D wind structure of the eye of the cyclone of the typhoon Aishen. So we can see that with calibration, the image is pretty good, but there are still some some improvements that could be made with some artifacts depending on the angle of incidence. And if we go further, we can also extract from the images, SAR images, we can extract fixes, and this is done by operationally by NESDIS. Second sensor that improved objective satellite methods were the high-frequency imaging with the third generation geostationary satellite. Its main advantages was to have a high-frequency sampling around a few minutes. So operationally, there was some sampling of 2.5 minutes. And this high-frequency sampling allowed to have a good estimation of low-level tangential winds in tropical cyclone clear eyes, and also to monitor the TC intensity changes and indirect estimates of small-scale turbulence processes, as seen in the figure on the left. And also, there was also a special operation that allows to use those sensors with even a higher frequency sampling up to, where on the right you can see an image where we derived the atmospheric motion vectors with a special operation, special sampling of about 30 seconds with the Imarawi 8 satellite. So now I will talk about some development of methods that, of conventional methods that were, that got significant updates. So first of all, there were updates on the atmospheric advanced VORAC technique since IWTC-X. So the upgrades were to be used with the new generation of higher spatiotemporal geostationary satellite sensors. There were also adjustments to the intensity estimates for tropical, subtropical system and TC undergoing extratropical transitions, as well as continuous estimates of the outer surface wind radii. A second method that I want to highlight here is the estimation of radius of maximum wind by using only three predictors: the TC intensity, the outer surface wind radii, and the latitude. So this estimation with an easy statistical method would allow to fill the gap in the historical record for the TC wind structure. And last, there is also a method, there were methods developed to estimate accurately the RMW for TCs with clear eyes by using SAR sea surface wind estimates. But the most progressive methods that we got in the last 4 years were about AI. So now we will do a special focus on AI. I haven't written any definition here, but when we talk about AI, we talk mostly about deep learning and neural network, even if there are other machine learning methods that could be very efficient, such as random forest. So what are the most promising characteristics of AI deep learning? So first of all, it can resolve, contrary to traditional statistics, it can resolve nonlinear relationships between atmospheric variables and the TC system. It can mine complex and spatial and temporal structures in TC datasets, because most AI architectures were used in computer vision or for natural language processing. So naturally, they can be adapted to our TC problems. Third bullet, they can combine a wide variety of data comprehensively with different spatial or temporal resolution, or even different formats. So we can combine data such as imagery, and NWP, scalar observations, or vector field. Those models that can also be adapted quite simply from probabilistic to deterministic to probabilistic. So they can characterize the uncertainty of their outputs. And last but not least, one of the advantages of AI is modularity. It means that when a model is trained for one application, it can be retrained for another application with less effort, provided that the underlying information for the new application is almost the same than for the old one. So here I show you a non-exhaustive list of applications with AI developed in the past 4 years. So for the forecaster, there are applications that made available synthetic products such as synthetic nighttime visible images that were presented in the previous presentation. So they are available operationally with the Proxivis. There are also efforts to derive synthetic microwave images as well. If we focus on extracting fixes, so there were, I think it's the field where there were the most numerous applications. There were applications for TC center fixing, applications for TC intensity and size estimation. So we can name a few, such as deep micronets, deep TCnet, or the AIDT. So usually this application use neural network architecture such as multi-layer perceptron or convolutional neural network, which were developed initially for computer vision. So there were applications for TC track and intensity forecasting, and also applications for identifying TC vortex from satellite imagery. I didn't put anything for the third part because in data assimilation, the use of AI in data assimilation, it's still in its infancy, but it's a research field, and we might expect things to happen in the next few years, at least in the weather forecast, maybe not in the tropical cyclone forecast, especially. What can we expect for the futures, though? So as I told, the AI has been used mostly for computer vision, so we could expect to use AI for denoising or images, or even give a higher resolution to images. We could fill the gap with missing observations. We could also predict cyclogenesis or tropical waves. We could go further than wind. We could estimate or forecast precipitations, and or even estimate overland wind. And for the last steps, it would be desirable to reconstruct two 3D wind structure from remotely sensed observations, or even transition from analysis to shortcut forecasting by integrating numerical weather prediction inputs. So, but as AI has a lot of advantages, but for sure it has also some specific challenges. So the first challenge, the first drawback is related to its main advantages. So it can establish nonlinear relationships, but it's at the cost of calculating millions of parameters, and usually it's viewed as a black box for the user. So it's a challenge to reach here a sufficient level of explainability to gain the user's confidence, and so it's also a field of research. AI models are highly dependent on data quality used for training models. It means that it cannot be better than the data he is trained on. For example, the data set we use in our community is the best track, and so usually the AI application reproduces the bias of the best track. If you can see the image below, for example, in the lowest category of hurricane, it has a low bias. On the category 3 and 4, it has a high bias, and for category 5, it has a low bias, the same as the best track, while it replicates the bias from the Dvorak technique. And the third drawback is that usually AI data are trained with large data sets, and as tropical cyclones are rare events, the data sets are small and unbalanced. So it's difficult. It's more difficult to have a good training with small and unbalanced data sets. And usually in unbalanced data sets, the application will perform better in the range where it has more data. So where can we go with that? As a context, we've seen from the development of new sensors, new methods, that there is a constantly growing environment for TC analysis, and all those products goes to the TC forecaster, and it becomes hazy in his head. And as AI applications are developed, there are even more information sources for him. So the last thing that we want is that it becomes hazier in the forecaster's brain, which has to do his duty in a time-limited range. So another way to develop the AI tool would be to use them for having a better integration of TC data in real time for decision making. So we will see an overview of what's possible in this way. So potential AI applications for decision making. So what we want is to make the AI, the life of the forecaster easier with this AI tool. So usually we would be desirable to develop tools to reduce the manual efforts of the forecaster, such as searching through or organizing the most forecast and impact relevant data, highlight the key features and environmental context that would offer the most guidance for an objective analysis. Also, it would be nice to identify the most relevant members or to highlight a few scenarios from ensemble forecast, as this point is important to me because the number of members increases every year in the ensemble forecast. We want the AI tool to be explainable and give proper user guidance, including the error bounds and uncertainties of the models that would be used. And we would like AI to improve the new NWP models and enhance their usability for forecasting and hazard impacts. And the last one would be to translate weather images into nowcasting or alert text. So from the potential applications, some are speculative and some are quite advanced. So yeah, I will let you guess what is what. Okay, the last part is of my presentation is about the drift in the TC characteristic in the historical record. That is the best track that we used for reference. So there are major concerns about the best track. So first concern is the lack of standardization is in historical data and even especially with different procedures used in all the different basins. We have also noticed over the year a bias toward higher intensities over the use, partly due to the evolution of the remote sensors and satellites. So it's also difficult to distinguish these tendencies from climate change. And also we noticed a major improvement in the wind radii estimates since approximately 2016, especially due to the influence of improved microwave retrievals from SMAPS or ESMOS, and also from the use of scatterometers. Yeah, so the last figure shows that in the Arabic Sea, we can see, yeah, in the 5-6 years, more tropical, more tropical annual tropical cyclones. So, as a summary, so in the past 4 years, we've seen a better monitoring of the TC inner core especially through the development of SAR and high frequency imaging with third generation geosatellite. We especially saw the emergence of numerous methods using AI for objective TC analysis with the performance which were competing or were even better than traditional ones, such as ADT. It's difficult to project into the future, but probably there will be many applications to come until the next IWTC. And to improve the quality of the models, there's a need for the further models to be trained or calibrated with high quality data and evaluated under standard procedure to be trustworthy. So I will end up with a slide on recommendations. Maybe I will not develop it, but fourth bullet, so it's an effort to have a high quality data set and develop standard procedure and so that when we compare models, we know what data has been used for training them and how they have been evaluated. So it's the 4 recommendations would help to compare if there is something new in the model that we develop. And the last bullets are mostly involved with AI, because usually AI models are trained from scratch using using a large data set and with no input regarding low physics. So it would be desirable to be able to train deep learning models with small and limited TC data by using transfer learning, for example, to do hybrid models by introducing low physics into them. And also would like to be able to integrate multimodal satellite data as we have more and more data with different formats. And the last point is to be able to handle uncertainties in these deep models, deep learning models. So thank you for your attention.
I think my brain was described as that scrambled version, trying to make sense of everything. But it's amazing to see the explosion of activity in this space. So thank you very much. Our next presentation is online. So we are going online, and I'll just ensure that Heather Holbach is available to present. If you can turn your camera on and show your screen, and if we can show online. Thank you. We are up to, I think, afternoon. We're getting a bit tired. We need some exciting new things to look at. So here is our exciting new things that can, more than just satellites, we're actually looking at developments.
Right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me all right?
Holbach with speaking about developments in science using in situ platforms. So thank you, Heather. Take it away. And your co-rapporteur, Olivier Bousquet, continuing on a very French-dominated topic today. Thanks, Heather.
Right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Well, I'd first like to start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this IWTC. And I'd especially like to thank all of our working group members who really provided some great contributions on this topic. So for our topic, we split it up into two general categories. The first is a focus on aircraft reconnaissance, and the second being in situ instrumentation. So I'll begin by giving a brief overview of the aircraft reconnaissance side. This topic will focus on aspects related to the North Atlantic, East Pacific, and Central Pacific, and then we will transition to the Western Pacific. So for operational reconnaissance, the National Hurricane Center and Central Pacific Hurricane Center of the United States are responsible for tasking the operational aircraft. There are two primary entities that perform this operational reconnaissance, the first being the U.S. Air Force Reserve, and the second being NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The U.S. Air Force Reserve currently has a fleet of 10 WC-130J aircraft that are capable of low-level penetration in hurricane and tropical cyclones. These aircraft are equipped with dropsondes, flight-level probes, and stepped-frequency microwave radiometers, or SFMRs, which you heard mentioned in Lucrezia's presentation earlier. One of the recent developments on the Air Force side is that they have added dropsonde releases at the endpoints of their flight paths, which has been shown to have lead to an improvement in model forecasts by the addition of those dropsondes. On the NOAA side, they have a fleet of 3 Hurricane Hunter aircraft. There are 2 WP-3D low-level reconnaissance aircraft. These aircraft have the capability of releasing dropsondes, flight-level probes, and SFMRs, just like the Air Force. However, they also have the addition of tail Doppler radars, or TDRs, which make them quite unique in the U.S. Hurricane Hunter fleet. They also have the capability of hosting various research instrumentation, which provide a platform for a pathway to transition to operations. They also have a Gulfstream 4 jet, which is used primarily for environmental surveillance around tropical cyclones. This aircraft has the capability also of releasing dropsondes, and they also have flight-level probes and tail Doppler radar. And one of the recent advancements is that the TDR is now being used in operations. And as a side note, as Lucrezia mentioned, the SFMR is used for satellite validation and calibration, among many other things, and especially for intensity estimations. And there has been work that I've primarily led over the past few years to review the algorithm. And the most recent development is that we have identified some impacts from rain that we need to investigate further before any changes can be made to the algorithm. There's also been some updates to the strategic use of these aircraft. And one of the primary changes has been an increase of flights into disturbances below tropical storm strength. As the National Hurricane Center and Central Pacific Hurricane Centers continue to issue forecasts further out in advance, they need this data collected in these developing tropical cyclones sooner rather than later, as this data has been shown to have a very large impact on model genesis forecasts. The National Hurricane Operations Plan is also updated to formalize flight patterns for these genesis cases. And there's also been continued use of sensitivity targeting and a new inner circumnavigation flight track update for the G4 jet. Next, we'll transition to more of the research that has been conducted over the past 4 years. One of the primary field programs that occurs annually is NOAA's Advancing the Prediction of Hurricanes experiment, or AFEX. This program replaced the intensity forecasting experiment in 2021. And the main reason for this change was to move away from just a focus on intensity, but also to incorporate more of a focus on genesis, structure, and hazards as well. The table that I've included on this slide gives a summary of the flights that have been conducted in collaboration with NOAA's Aircraft Operations Center for Operations between the P3 and G4 and some of the notable storms that have been sampled over the past 4 years. So if you're interested in any data from these storms, this is a good list for you. One of the other field programs that has been conducted in collaboration with NOAA's AFEX over the last few years is the Office of Naval Research Tropical Cyclone Rapid Intensification Experiment, or TCRI. This program is focused on improving the understanding of rapid intensification, and we've been successful in collecting observations in of RI events in hurricanes Delta, Ida, and Ian over the past few years. Some of their key findings so far is that RI often begins earlier in the TC life cycle, and the most frequent onset of this RI period is coincident with genesis. And in fact, almost half of the TCs which undergo RI begin to do so within the first 24 hours after genesis. So this is just added motivation for continuing to collect aircraft data in those tropical cyclones earlier in their life cycle. Another field campaign that was conducted over the last 2 years was NASA's CPEX-AW and CV. For this field campaign, the NASA DC-8 aircraft was utilized, and it was equipped with active and passive remote sensors, and it also had the capability of releasing dropsondes, which were transmitted over the GTS in real time. The main goals of this program were to observe convective life cycles and processes in a variety of dynamic, thermodynamic, and aerosol environments. And one of the focuses was sampling African easterly waves. And the hope was to capture those shortly after they emerged off of the coast of Africa in a region that's typically not sampled by aircraft. And they were quite successful in accomplishing this, even with the challenges that COVID posed to them over the past 2 years. And the plot on the left shows the cases that they sampled in 2021. And on the right are the 13 missions that they were able to accomplish in 2022. And finally, there is also the NESDIS Ocean Winds program. This program also is conducted in collaboration with NOAA's AFEX, and their primary goals are to collect data with advanced radar systems. They currently have 2 that they're operating on the NOAA P3 aircraft. And they want to test new methodologies and technologies for future satellite instruments. And then also characterize the air-sea interface in extreme conditions to help improve and calibrate and validate the existing satellite observations. And in achieving these objectives, they're also able to provide real-time wind and wave information to operations. So now we'll talk about some of the advancements in instrumentation that have occurred over the past few years. Here I have listed 3 instruments that we'll focus on. The first being the Imaging Wind and Rain Airborne Profiler, or IRAP. This is a very neat instrument. It has very high resolution vertically at 30 meters. So it's able to provide us detail that we've never been able to capture vertically in a tropical cyclone until recently. And the image on the right shows an example of an inbound pass into Hurricane Ida of vertical wind speed along that flight track, which is quite impressive, the detail they're able to capture with that instrument. There are also 2 instruments that are currently being used to obtain ocean surface wave observations. The Wide Swath Radar Altimeter has the capability of collecting information about directional wave spectra along with several other parameters. And then the Ka-Ku band interferometric radar altimeter is also able to provide real-time significant wave height retrievals along with having the capability to collect other observations. Now I wanted to discuss briefly some of the aircraft data model impact studies that have occurred over the past few years. NCEP's new FV3-based GFS began assimilating near-center dropson data in 2021, and this led to about a 15% improvement in track forecasts on days 2 to 5. And then in 2018, HWRF had several updates to its assimilation. It began assimilating TDR Doppler velocity from the G4 and surface wind speed from the SFMR. And it also began accounting for the advection of dropsons. And these updates have led to improvements of about 10 to 15% in forecasts of maximum sustained 10-meter wind speed, as shown in the plot at the bottom of this slide. There's also been work conducted to see how SUAS data may impact forecasts in the models. And in general, they found that it does lead to an improvement of the TC forecasts. There are several studies ongoing to look into this further. Now we'll talk about 2 field campaigns that have occurred in the Western Pacific. The first is the TPARC field campaign, the Tropical Cyclone Pacific Asian Research Campaign for Improvement of Intensity Estimations and Forecasts. This field campaign has had 2 phases. It entered its 2nd phase in July of 2021. And this phase has more of a focus on observing RI and concentric eye walls. They were using a Gulfstream 2 jet until 2018 and then began using a G4 jet in 2021, which is capable of releasing dropsons. They've been successful in observing rapid weakening and concentric eye wall formation in TC Trami in 2018, and RI and concentric eye walls in TC Nanmadal in 2022. And the plot at the bottom here shows a double warm cores that they were able to observe in TC Lan. The other field campaign that has occurred is Exotica, the experiment on typhoon intensity change in coastal areas. This campaign is focused on collecting coordinated observations of the earth, sea, air, and sky. They've utilized numerous UAVs and UASs, along with ground-based instruments, crewed aircraft, and ocean platforms. They've targeted observation sensitivity regions and have been successful in collecting observations in the several typhoons listed on this slide. The plot on the left shows an example of the data collected in Typhoon Nanka in 2020, and on the right shows an example of their sensitivity regions that were identified for Typhoons Kansan and Chandu in 2021. Now I'll transition to the in situ observations. We'll begin with a focus on the oceanic measurements and then transition to the atmospheric. The first observation for the ocean we'll talk about are underwater gliders. These underwater gliders have provided targeted and sustained observations since 2014 in the tropical Atlantic basin. There was a field campaign in the Southwest Indian Ocean during the 2018 to 19 season. And these gliders provide data that allows for an improved representation of the ocean, particularly for vertical temperature and salinity structure. And they've led to improvements in intensity forecasts and new understandings of hurricane-forced coastal ocean circulation, impacts on boundary currents, and impact of these processes on hurricane intensity. There are also several types of airborne expendables that can be used to sample the ocean. The first are profilers. These are deployed from the aircraft and collect profiles of the ocean as they sink to the bottom of the ocean, and providing a look at the vertical structure of the ocean. Apex EM floats provide repeat descending and ascending profiles of various variables throughout the duration of a TC passage. And then Alamo floats are similar to the profilers, however, they're able to ascend and descend as a TC passes by, providing continued observations compared to the one-time use of those profilers. One type of in situ observation I found very interesting was biologging. This is the physical data collected by animal-borne sensors. So an example of this is temperature depth profiles collected by sea turtles, and those have been integrated in ocean nowcasts and forecasts and assimilated into operational seasonal prediction systems. There's currently a program called the Sea Turtle for Ocean Research and Monitoring in the Indian Ocean that's aiming to collect data using sea turtles in the immediate vicinity of TCs. The plot on this slide shows an example of some of the data that they've been successful in collecting in 2019 and 2020. And you can see that there was one sea turtle, India, that got into the core of a tropical cyclone. One of the up-and-coming areas in the aircraft side is the use of SUAS that are deployed from the aircraft. NOAA recently launched the new Area I LTS 600 SUAS successfully into Hurricane Ian, as it was a Category 4 hurricane. It remained aloft for almost 2 hours and measured max winds of 188 knots at an altitude around 655 meters. So this was a pretty remarkable flight for it being its first time into a tropical cyclone. Black Swift Technologies is also developing the S0, which is designed to allow for multiple of them to be released during any given flight. They are doing this by decreasing the cost while maintaining endurance without sacrificing performance and measurement quality. So these are some pretty exciting up-and-coming SUAS that we'll hopefully be able to take advantage of in the near future. There's also been quite a bit of success with sail drones recently. These sail drones can sample the near-surface atmospheric and upper ocean properties. In 2021, they had an encounter with Category 4 Hurricane Sam. And if you haven't seen any of the video footage from the sail drone that was collected in that storm, I highly recommend looking it up. It's pretty impressive. They also encountered 4 tropical storms that year. And in 2022, they had encounters with Hurricanes Fiona and Ian as well. So some pretty good success in the short time that we've had these attempting to encounter tropical cyclones. There's also aero clippers. These are vertically stabilized balloons used for measuring low-level wind and thermodynamic properties for up to several weeks. The goal of these is to provide continuous monitoring in near real time with balloon-borne devices of TC intensity. And they successfully tested a new version of this balloon in September of 2022. So it'll be interesting to see what they're able to accomplish. And finally, there are other smart weather balloons that are developed by wind-borne systems. These are long duration and vertically navigable balloons. They successfully completed their first large-scale demonstration by releasing over 500 balloons that were flown during 5 different field campaigns in the Pacific Ocean, Arctic, and tropical Atlantic. In 2022, they had 85 balloons in the tropical Atlantic collecting data within and around TCs that are shown in the plot at the bottom of this slide. So to conclude, we've seen a significant advancement in collection of aircraft and in situ observations of TCs over the past 4 years. Operational data collection continues to evolve as research provides new insight and new technologies become available. And the use of UAVs and UASs in the Western Pacific, along with crewed high-altitude aircraft, continues to advance the data collection in that basin. We developed 4 recommendations out of this report. The first being that we should continue to increase aircraft and in situ TC observations in regions without routine data collection programs, particularly outside of the Atlantic Basin. The second recommendation is that assimilating additional operationally available reconnaissance data into global models beyond what is currently done in the FV3 GFS should be explored. The third recommendation is to develop and refine measurement strategies and technologies that provide improved real-time analysis of TC intensity, structure, and interaction with the environment. And our fourth recommendation is to design and apply coordinated observation strategies to measure the coupling between the ocean and the atmosphere from using sail drones, ocean gliders, profiling floats, and air-deployed instruments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. And we'll finish with Sebastian Longlade, who's the co-topic lead, just to give us a wrap of the topic.
Thank you, Joe. First, I would like to make a big thanks
to all the rapporteurs of the subtopics and their respective working group members. Then made a special thanks to my colleague mate, Derek Erden, that couldn't attend in person here. So my job here is to summarize all we have seen since the beginning of the afternoon and some kind of presenting you the highlights of the highlights, I would say. My outline will consist of first a summary of the advancement we have seen in TC analysis regards three aspects: satellites, objective methods, and aircraft and in-situ observation. Talk about this topic recommendation. We end up with 17 recommendations all add. So I will not repass on the 17 recommendation. We have end up here with 8 recommendations. That is a bit of prioritization and some like aggregation also. And I will finish with the 3 questions addressed to the breaking room session. So first, here, the highlights of the advancement in satellite data. So we are happy to report that we have increased our capacities to observe extreme rain thanks to SAR observation, L-band radiometers, and C and X bands radiometer also. And we have increased our capacity to observe fine storm structure thanks to SAR again and new geosatellite imagery. But we have some concerns regarding decrease in low Earth orbiting microwave coverage. So challenge and opportunities regard this aspect. We have the full of observation capacities, intensity, and storm structures remain highly sporadic. Sentinel acquisition, as we have said, is still not within a sustainable operational framework. And as an opportunity, we have SmallSat that is a promising and cheap way to fill LEO microwave sensor gaps. And also, we will have the new generation of cross-polarization scatterometer and also new SAR imagery that will come in the next few years. So we have here as an illustration the suite of the current available SAR imagery. This is 7 sensors across 4 field campaign existing satellite mission. Then, regarding satellite methods, we have seen an emerging of objective methods based on artificial intelligence, AI, which it's a way to derive complex statistical relationship between ground truth reference and some various sensors. It has already shown that these emerging techniques have improved satellite projects. For example, the proxy vis imagery. It has improved intensity guidance with recent artificial intelligence-based methods that have now lower RMS root mean square error than subjective VORAC and comparable with SATCOM statistics. And we also have A-based methods that try to assess structure of the system. So the main challenges we have with artificial intelligence is first, the forecaster appropriation, has been said by Kofi, dealing with small training data set to be better estimation of extremely intense and or compact TCs, for example. And there is also this matter of drift in TC characteristic in the historical records. That is a current limitation to improve the reliability of objective methods. So here in an example of AI-based product passed to me by Derek. This is a deep multinet product on the high-end case in the North Atlantic season, where we've got
I don't know if you are very familiar with this, we have a probability distribution of the intensity estimates, and the product is based on microwave imagery and geo-infrared imagery. So it gives a probabilistic estimate. So in these two cases, we can see that the intensity estimates is quite away from the best track intensity estimates that have been made with aircraft recon. So it shows you that there is still some limitation on the product. It's not a perfect solution, but this example show you, for example, here on the graph on the right low side of the slide, you have the SATCON graph where you have all the intensity estimates present by that time, and on the yellow circle, and you have all the spread in the guidance with the deep multinet located here, the best track here, and so can we do a better job at estimating intensity with this? We have here like 30 knots uncertainty on the intensity estimate. So we have new project, but we have also sometimes some case where all the product doesn't say the same story. So what do we do with that information? I will pass on now to the advancement in aircraft data. We just have the presentation with Heather. So this is information that is based mainly on the northern hemisphere with operational mission over the northern Atlantic, Eastern Pacific, and the Central Pacific. We have seen that we have increased mission targeted towards below tropical storm system with adapted strategies. It's a good thing because it was a recommendation of the previous IWTC. That is something that we have done in the past 4 years according to IWTC recommendation. And we have seen sensitive targeting and inner circumnavigation updates with the G4 flight patterns in order to better forecast and analyze all the structure of storms. We also have research missions in the North Atlantic, the Eastern Pacific, and the West Pacific. We have here all the experiment, the field campaign involved, and all this campaign that is still very active in all these basins is aimed to study process, deep convection, cyclogenesis, rapid identification, but also connection with operational duties by giving crucial, critical information. So we have this research mission testing new instruments with the wind profilers and various instruments that give access to sea state and sea levels measure. Just some example here of the profiler, just that Heather show us. But interesting to have this wind profile at high resolution. Would love to have it over the South Indian Ocean too. Here is an example of targeting sensitive areas around TC done in the Exotica experiment in the Northwest Pacific with areas in red highlighted by ensemble variance technique where additional observation should be made to improve the accuracy of the forecast. And we have advancement in near surface and upper ocean observation with an increasing use of innovative probes and techniques with sea profiler, animal-borne sensors, unmanned autonomous vehicles techniques, gliders, new aeroclippers, sail drones, smart weather balloon, atmospheric drones. Air-sea interaction during TCs can be sampled at unprecedented high temporal resolution now, including inner core response. Airborne needed for some techniques, but techniques with land-based release offer promising way to improve TC monitoring in all basins. And this is an important point. Benefits expected with coupled numerical weather prediction capabilities and our understandings of key processes. So here, another example of the sea turtle campaign in the South Indian Ocean. See all the area that is covered by this animal and that giving information on the upper ocean structure, temperature. On the bottom part of the slide, we have the gliders deployed in the Caribbean that give some information targeted in areas where tropical cyclone forecasted are expected to pass, along with some Argo floats and expandable profilers on the upper ocean. Here, example of the smart, the global smart weather balloon from the windborne systems. Only 3 location campaign in the last hurricane season over the North Atlantic, and a huge coverage of environment of tropical cyclone in all the tropical band, and also an attempt of a balloon to be incorporated in the inner core of tropical cyclone Ian with some wind measurement near the core. So this is something really interesting and really interesting to be developed in other basins. We have talked about the sail drone, and I show you the pictures of a sail drone during Hurricane Fiona. This is quite amazing when you look at the video. So, and on the right panel, you have drops and aero clippers pictures taken with the capture of 2 devices within TC DORA circulation. This is an old picture. This is from 2007. And these aero clippers were able to stay in the eye for several days. And it doesn't work at this time because it was not designed to resist to a tropical cyclone. We don't have any observation of the device when it was in the eye. But with the new generation of aero clipper, we could be able to have these devices captured and then following the central pressure of systems continuously for several days. So this could make time continuous central pressure. It could be a major improvement for TC monitoring in basins without recon. So we are happy to report that we have some significant improvement in TC analysis, both regarding the 3 aspects: satellite sensor, methods, and aircraft and in-situ observation. So here I will pass on the compact 7 recommendations that we have issued from this topic. First will be on the critical nature of SAR data, on its unprecedented way to see tropical cyclone intensity and structure in all basins. This is really important. And we have seen an increase in number of acquisition during the past 4 years, but still there is a need to define a sustainable operational framework regarding Sentinel acquisition, especially over TC, with associated near real-time broadcasting and low as possible latency. From the presentation of Kofi, we have noticed that there is a crucial need to establish high-quality TC benchmark dataset for calibration and training of new tools, with a desired need of data sharing across agencies and satellite divisions too. And also we encourage efforts to develop, expand aircraft recon outside the Atlantic basins and sharing of this data to the community, as stated by Heather in the last presentation. We encourage the development of more low LEO satellites to covering all the 6 hours requirement of the base track and fill the gaps for this kind of imagery. We also recommend the last 4 recommendations to improve artificial intelligence-based techniques towards better handling of rare TC events, better assessment of uncertainty in the outputs, the feasibility using intelligence agency to complement or be integrated in NWP tasks should be explored for better weather analysis and TC representation. Artificial intelligence could also be used for helping address time constraints to increase amount of data. We recommend to design and apply coordinate surface and upper ocean observation strategy across all basins to complement satellite data and meet operational and research purposes. ARC process, validation of new satellite sensor, improve model physics, improve eye-based method, along with aircraft recon efficient use of emerging in-situ platform. Land-based, ship-based, unmanned system should be explored in all basins. Finally, we encourage and support another international workshop on satellite analysis because training will be remains an important component of the improvement of the community in TC analysis. So this is over for the recap. I hope I will be not too long. And we have the free question now for the breakout room session. I develop or?
I'm just going to pause that and leave that up there. Time is getting away, and you've been very patient. We will take a couple of questions, especially whilst we have Heather available to us. So we'll just take a couple of quick questions. Of course, we go right down the back to start.
Hello, me? Can you hear me? No.
We'll take this question from the floor first, and then we'll go online.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just wish to make a remark on the status or the lack of operational aircraft reconnaissance program over the western North Pacific basin. But in fact, the HKO, we have been doing operational aircraft recon for maybe 10, 13 years. We're, of course, of a rather smaller scale than NOAA. But yes, nonetheless, we have been entering the second decade of our program, which started around 2011. And of course, we have actively participated in regional collaborative programs such as Updraft and Exotica. And well, we'd be happy to provide some supplementary text to probably reflect the status of such in report 1.3. Thank you.
And we'll be having Updraft and Exotica and the other one. On Friday, we'll have a special topic for that.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. Yeah, I have a question. Actually, Jack Bevan had his hand raised. So I don't know, Jack, are you online? Did you want to ask your question verbally?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's more of a comment than a question. It's in regard to the recommendation about filling in the gaps, and I would like to kind of emphasize that probably needs to be raised to the highest possible priority, not just from this conference, but inside the WMO, because I can tell you as a forecast, it's very frustrating to have all these low Earth orbiting satellites that manage to miss the systems that I'm trying to forecast when I'm sitting on a duty shift. So when we write up the recommendations, can we boost that up to the #1 priority, saying fill in these gaps with all these other data and break out of all these other orbits?
I'm looking at Kim right now, so thanks, Jack. That's a good, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, my comment or question is kind of complementary to that. On the issue of, this is the sixth IWTC I have attended, and the previous six and probably the four I missed have all come out with the recommendation that we expand aircraft-based observations to the other basins. And so, why are we still making this recommendation if no one's listening to it? Or, if we want to continue making this recommendation, we have to explain it better or balance it against things like 4D bar and all these great all these great advances in instrumentation that we've seen in these presentations, and make the case better. Because I'm a little bit cynical. I don't really see the point in, now we're the 10th IWTC and we're making the same recommendation that we've made 9 times before. Something has to change. If we're really serious about it and we really want people to listen, well, we have to make it in a different way, I think.
Yes, I understand your statement. And we have been close to an aircraft campaign over the southwestern Indian Ocean in 2018, 2019, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. And we have, I think, with the Institute Ops and the new Institute Ops and SAR imagery, possibility to improve TCA analysis without recon aircraft in other basins, but still, aircraft recon is really critical, and I don't know what to do to make it a reality. I think just as it's really critical, I think it's important to keep it in the recommendation, but not really sure if it's going to happen in the next 4 years yet. I agree.
I thought you were going to say everyone gets a free sail drone to take home with them.
Yeah, so Pete Black actually had something he posted in the chat, which I'll just read, if that's okay. It's more of a comment. It says, I think that the regional TC centers globally need to define a, quote, requirement for, quote, tasking of SAR high-res winds in wind radii the way that TC operational aircraft recon OBS requirements have been tasked in the past for high-res intercore surface winds. Once the tasking requirement is approved for operations by regional centers like NHC in the Atlantic Basin, funding can be justified for routine operational use. With climate change projections suggesting an increase in intense TCs in the future, reducing the use of high-res satellite wind sensors like SAR makes no sense. I don't know if anyone wants to comment or reply to that comment. Maybe Lucrezia or...
Yeah, I think I understand that at this point in the operational community, there is resistance to use a type of satellite data that has not been, in their opinion, widely validated. And but I would say that in the past 4 years, in the past probably couple of years, there have been a lot of efforts in validating using the SFMRs, for example. And I did myself a study comparing the SAR to the sail drone in Hurricane Sun, and so it's a pretty new type of observation in tropical cyclone. So definitely things are changing fast, but I understand the concern. Is, yes, we should move. In fact, one of the recommendations was to have more campaigns to validate the satellite measurements, especially the new ones, like SAR versus in situ.
Thanks very much, everyone, for an excellent session this afternoon. I'd just like to really make a comment and make a plug for the animal-borne sensor network. I think the major advantage of the animal-borne sensors is that they're relatively cheap and they're actually easily integrated into the other observing systems in the ocean. So I guess I'd just like to make a plug that these can be a much larger part of informing what we want to know about cyclones and how we might want to predict and forecast them in the future. Thank you.
I'd like to know, how do you convince the turtles to go into a cyclone? What's the... I think we'll take the last question.
Thanks, Joe. Not so much a question as going back to a comment about John's remark about aircraft reconnaissance and the fact that we've been making recommendations about expanding aircraft reconnaissance for a long time and we don't see it happening. Actually, one of the most exciting things that I thought there was in that talk, a series of talks, was about the small unmanned aircraft systems, the gliders, the aeroclippers, because, and especially the Black Swift technologies are specifically trying to lower the cost and increase the reliability, because I do think that aircraft reconnaissance is and will remain out of reach for many countries due to the expense. And I think that these platforms that we're seeing emerging are probably the future for a lot of other basins around the world, where we can actually achieve this kind of much better observation of tropical cyclones without having to put people at risk and at lower cost.
So maybe a better recommendation than the one we've been making for 40 years, it would be a follow-up of Andrew's recommendation to greatly advance this sort of unmanned aircraft type technology.
So one comment I would like to make regarding Andrew's comment was that we probably don't need to monitor with aircraft all the basins because it might not be realistic financially, but we can transfer the knowledge, validating or cross-calibrating the aircraft data with satellite in the basin where the aircraft data is available, and then transfer that knowledge to the other basins that can be surveyed with other lower cost in situ, like gliders or sail drones. I think we can do that because I think the obstacle to having aircraft surveillance in other basins is the cost, or having an agency which follows this type of mission.
I agree with Andrew that we are now in a position to have better information with the in-situ ops in all basins, and with this also with the new type of satellite data like SAR. But at least not operational mission, but a research campaign could be great in the southern hemisphere, because aircraft is a fast way to collect data across TC. So I don't believe in operational aircraft mission over the southern hemisphere. It's clear. I do believe in in-situ ops developing in every basins to monitor the current TC, but I guess at least a research campaign could be useful to enhance the collection of data.
What, do you want me to say something? Oh, you want me to ask the question? Okay, hold on. So there was another question online. Sorry, let me get my glasses. The question was, how does the latest glider technology help to in the forecasting of tropical cyclones? So I guess Heather talked about that maybe.
I'm not an expert here. I think if there is anybody from, I think Julian Hemming maybe from the UK Met Office, because they assimilate now the Doppler wind profiler. I guess it's the vertical structure of the wind. I mean, yeah, vertical profile. But
I think the question, I'm sorry, was about glider technology, the ocean gliders?
the glider.
Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
I understood glider. Yes, really. Maybe Heather can answer better about in situ observation.
Yeah, so there's some discussion on this in our report if you'd like to look at more details on it. But in general, one of the things that's been found is that of the suite of in situ ocean observing platforms, they've been found to locally have the largest impact on reducing the error in intensity forecasts. And there's several references in the report as well with more details. But overall, it seems like they do have a positive impact on improving forecasts.
Okay, we'll wrap that plenary session up at the moment. We will be having a break now. I'm sure everyone's saying, yes, we need a break after that intensity. And then we'll go straight to our breakout group. We're being a bit tough in that we're giving you 15 minutes break. So 4:45, breakout rooms, the list is outside. There are 3 questions which your leaders will take you through. Those who want to do the QR code, for those people online, there's a Jamboard opportunity to contribute. And in case you missed it, first 3 rooms out here, 4, 5, and 8 are just through there. You have to go outside to get to 6 and 7 at the end. And yes, Rob?
I just want to make a point to emphasize that this will be a different set of breakout rooms. So make sure to check, because it's not going to be the same as it was this morning. So make sure you check when you go to the break.
And we are running a little bit late. We had hoped to have a longer breakout session for this compared to the morning. So we ask that you do go to 5:30, so at least 45 minutes, but we'd encourage further conversation. So leaders, you can assess your group as to how much energy you have. If you want to go a bit longer, you're welcome to. We have our next engagement for dinner at 7 p.m. I know you want to have a break before then, but yes, so 4:45, if you can go to your breakout rooms. And so just a thank you to Topic 1, to all the presenters in particular. Thank you all.
Save it for tonight.
Thank you to our online participants, especially to Heather for staying up late, so late. We appreciate it, and I know we've only got a few people left, but yeah, thanks for attending. We will be resuming tomorrow more on time at 00:30 UTC. So thank you and good night. And if you think of issues or questions, you can use that Jamboard. If we can put that in the chat. Did we put the Jamboard?